We always had the goal of doing a recognition program for the property owners who really put that extra effort into redoing their buildings and really just creating those iconic features that we have in our historic downtown. And she was able to pull that off, and not only do that, but work with some local artists to have some really nice awards to give out that are unique. So we've done 2 so far for John McManus and Zach Cowan. So that's an exciting thing for us to be able to give back to the community in the sense of seeing what they've done and really recognize that more publicly. So that was sort of one aspect. And then the other part of it too is that we've always wanted to kind of tell people, hey, do you know that you're in the historic district when properties have turned over? And hey, come talk to us if you want to do anything. And it's really more of an outreach process that sometimes we have to put on the sideline because it's harder for us to get to. And Yumi took that one and created a really awesome postcard to send to property owners to kind of just give them that friendly reminder of like, yay, you're in the historic district and we love it and come work with us. So for those 2 things, we wanted to recognize her efforts. And this exemplifies 3 of the town's values: accountability, because she took this on herself; commitment to the town's historic district, so the heart of our town, super important; and excellence, for going above and beyond, even given the tremendous workload that we have and being able to check some stuff off the list of things that the planning department's always wanted to get to. So congratulations, Yumi.
Yeah, congratulations, Yumi. And I think all of us up here certainly know the workload that you guys are all under, and it's great to have some of your partners in your department here to be able to recognize that too. So thank you very much. That's a really awesome job. So we really appreciate it as well. Thank you. We'll move on to item 5.2 with Nikki Casey, Nicole. Oh, there you, I was like, where is she? Nikki's going to give us a quarterly financial status updates and her new title of Administrative Services Manager. Probably not super new, but ooh, Finance Manager now. Sorry. I'm just reading what's in front of me.
Honorable Council, Honorable Mayor and Council members, we wanted to give you a quarterly financial status update. So we're going to go through our 3 biggest revenue sources, the first being our property tax. We are expecting a 5.4% increase from our fiscal year 1920 property tax collections. This does not include the sales that are occurring right now. I know there's a lot of sales on the market. Those will actually hit our supplemental taxes in about a year or 2. There's like a little bit of a delay based on how they assess the properties. So right now, just this 5.4%. And these numbers are predicated on the California CPI, and while we do know that this increase for fiscal year 2021, we don't know what the what the future could bring. We are having strong sales, so we are predicting that things are looking good, but we just don't know what the economy could do. Our second biggest revenue source is sales tax. And these are our results for the quarter ending June 30th, 2020. We get them a little bit in delay just because of how people file. They get a certain amount of time to file, and then we get our reports from them. For the quarter ending, we were up 0.9%, so that's really positive. And a big portion of our results was due to our county and state pool collections, and the amount that's in there includes amounts that we got based on the Wayfair decision, which is a new state law that says that businesses that don't have a brick and mortar location within California, if they're selling over the internet to people in California, they now have to collect sales tax and remit it to the state. So that has increased the pool of items that we're getting tax on. So that really helped turn around our quarter and, fill out our year so we weren't down in sales tax. We did see pretty big losses in our restaurants and hotels and our fuel service stations. The quarter ending June 30 was, March through June, so that was pretty much like the bulk of the shutdown. So we did expect to see those, and we're just happy that we had that Wayfair money to kind of offset those losses. Some other things going on with sales tax. We have heard through our sales tax auditor, who heard from Yelp, that about 14% of businesses nationwide have closed permanently since March 20th or March 2020, and they were predicting that this number could get all the way up to about 20%. So that's pretty large. I think we've been fairly resilient because of the work that our staff has done here, the work that Hillary's been doing to try and reach out and help businesses in whatever way we can. There were also some sales tax deferral programs. We estimated, with the help of our sales tax auditor, that our exposure was pretty large, about 1.5 million between our general fund, Bradley Burns tax, and our Measure R and Measure V taxes. And total, our businesses only requested about $175,000 worth of sales tax deferrals. And so far, through quarter ending June 30, 2020, they've collected $134,000 of what was deferred. So that's a really good indicator that our businesses are faring okay and that they're not, they're not creating unpaid liabilities. Our third largest source of revenue is our transient occupancy tax. And these results are for the quarter ending September 30th, 2020. So a little bit different time period. For that quarter, we collected 1.6 million, which is really strong. And so if we look at, this is each quarter for the last 5 years. We've only collected for the first quarter in 2020, so that's what you're seeing. That first lump of graphs has 5 bars, the rest have 4. So you can see that we're up 15%. So that's pretty amazing considering, that we were having Corona concerns. We knew it was busy. I don't know that we knew it was this busy. And this next graph shows the collections by property type. For hotels, we can see that the collections were flat from the prior year, and that there were huge gains in amounts collected by individuals and property managers. So people were staying in those single-family residences versus the hotels. We also our data shows that there was a decrease in the number of people filing. And we did have 65 properties change their status through June 30th. On a typical quarter, we have usually 25 new registrants, and the past quarter we had like a net negative 35. So we have seen that there's a trend of people pulling their short-term rentals off the market. And whether that's because of our new ordinance coming out or the fears from COVID, we're not sure, but it's a trend that we're monitoring, and we'll see how it turns out. Even though we are having a lot of good news, we wanted to remind council that our budget does have a structural issue in that our operating surplus is decreasing over that 5-year projection. So if we look at our projected years, the surplus is budgeted to decrease from 4.6 million to 3.1 million. And that is a lot of that is based on the rapidity of how our pension costs and our wages are going up versus our expected increases in revenue. So basically our revenues aren't increasing quite as quickly as our expenses. So while we are having these good revenue returns, we just want to keep in the back of our mind that we do have this structural issue that we want to make sure we're not exacerbating with our future plans. CalPERS, that's a big issue for us in terms of costs, and we wanted to show you our 5-year cost increases. So since 15-16, our costs have increased from 1.5 million to 2.2 million per year. And CalPERS is dealing with some issues in their funded status, and they are looking at potential ways to mitigate the pitfalls that they're experiencing in terms of funding. And one of the ways that they can mitigate that pitfall is to increase the amount that the employer is paying, and that would be the normal cost portion. And the way they would do that is by decreasing their discount rate. And the discount rate is the amount that they expect to receive on their investments. So we wanted to show you kind of what would happen if they do decrease their discount rate. And so it's currently at 7%, and if they decrease their expected rate of return by 1%, it would have a pretty big impact on our cost per year. So the first two bars and the first graph show us the cost increase per year for our miscellaneous, and then the second two bars show our safety, which is our police officers. So there's almost a $500,000 increase, and that would be per year if we had a 1% decrease in our discount rate. And that's just the normal cost. We actually have two portions of the amount that we pay. The second portion is called the unfunded actuarial liability, and that's basically the difference between what they expected to earn and what they actually earned. And so the higher that they project that they need to earn, the greater the amount that we could potentially owe for losses. Because if they're expecting to earn 7, they only earn 4%, then we have to pay that difference. So if they decrease the discount rate from 7% to 6%, then our unfunded actuarial liability could increase almost $7.5 million. And that amount is amortized over 20 years. We only have to pay 1/20th of that every year. But it does show on the face of our financial statements as a liability that we owe, and it is like a pretty big, scary number. So we're not sure what CalPERS is going to do, but this is one of the decisions that's coming before the board in the next year or so. So we just wanted to give you guys a heads up on kind of what could be coming down the pipeline. And they don't have to decrease it a full percent. The last time they decreased it, it went down 0.25%. But they are going to be looking at strategies to how they can make sure that they have appropriate funding to fund the pension obligations that they've promised and the state's promised to all of our wonderful employees that you guys just heard about. So now that we've depressed you, here's some more good news. And our staff has done an amazing job at securing CARES Act money to help pay for some of the costs that we've incurred in dealing with the COVID-19 crisis. We received $200,000 from the state, and we're using that to fund the Hillary's coronavirus economic resiliency program, so the downtown grant program, as our general fund contribution. And we've also received $160,000 of the county's portion of the CARES Act money, and we use that to fund public safety expenses, primarily Bob Womack, our EOC coordinator, and some of Braun's time. And then we also received, I'm sure we heard about it, but the $400,000 that Hillary secured for that downtown grant program. Kelly also worked with FTA to secure $100,000 for transit support. And we're working right now on our FEMA OES reimbursement, and we expect that to be around $50,000. So total, we've received about $900,000 in CARES Act money or FEMA OES to help offset some of our costs. And coming down the pipeline from finance, at our December 8th meeting, we're going to be presenting our fiscal year 19-20 financial statements and our auditor's report. We just turned in our draft yesterday, and we're very excited. We think we did a great year, and we're excited to present it to you guys. And also, it's that time of year again, the preliminary budget schedule. So with that, we want to open it up for any questions.
Any council questions? Councilmember Tierman?
No.
This side? Nope. Thank you very much, Nikki. Very informative, very interesting, especially on the revenue side, and especially to see what CalPERS does, and we'll just wait and see on all that. So on to next year, next budget, which starts in like 3 more months. Yeah. All right. Thank you very much. We will move along to item 5.3. Judy Price, take it away.
Thank you, Mayor Pallavi and Council. I wanted to take an opportunity to let everybody know that Truckee will still celebrate our Veterans Service tomorrow. Our ceremony will move to a virtual format, and thank you, Mayor Pallavi, for your contribution to that. We also have a number of people I want to thank here. The video will start at 11 a.m. thanks to Tahoe Truckee Media. And we will link that to our social media on our website. And courtesy of the Truckee Core Values Fund and Grateful Gardens Restaurant of Reno, they will they'll provide 200 box lunches that veterans and their families and friends can drive up or walk up and pick up those at the Veterans Hall starting at 11 o'clock tomorrow as well. So I really wanted to take the opportunity to thank our speakers were Gary Seeger and Matt Hillock. And we've had a lot of support and help from Tahoe Truckee Media, as well as we've had the Mountain Bells came back and recorded their portion of the presentation, so they'll be participating. And our Truckee cadets are the only Civil Air Patrol group that have been allowed to do anything since COVID started. And I'm hearing that's thanks to our persistence in the request. They filmed a color guard for us as well. So we're really excited to have the entire event pre-recorded and ready to go tomorrow. So really excited about that and about the funding for the lunches for veterans and their families and friends.
And since I missed it, and tomorrow is Veterans Day, which I forgot, so I apologize. Would you like to announce our essay contest winner as well, or would you like me to do that? Oh,
you haven't done that on the audio yet?
Correct. Oh. Sorry.
It's okay. We'll get it in. We'll get it into the video because I don't have her name.
Oh, I have her. I have it right here. So I will be happy to.
By all means, she's actually already recorded. Her speech.
Oh, good.
So she knows.
She knows. Awesome.
She recorded it for the presentation as well.
Everybody really else, we would like to congratulate Madeline Bragg. She's the 2020 Truckee Veterans Day Essay Contest winner, and she will be reading her essay during the recording tomorrow. So thank you so much, Madeline. We really enjoyed reading it, so thank you.
Yep. And thanks to Tom Hobday. He helped with some research for the project as well as reviewed the essay for us.
Excellent. We had a review committee. We made up of one, but that's okay. Yes.
It's okay.
It's better than zero.
Yeah, I'm actually really proud of this event. The Truckee community, the veterans themselves have put on this event for many years on their own. And several years ago, they really pleaded with the town to really help take over the event, and we've been able to help them get funding for the lunches. We applied for a regional event status with the United States Department of Veterans Affairs and received it. So the veterans, the American Legion will receive a plaque saying that or a certificate saying that they're part of the regional events. We are the only small community on that list, so we're pretty proud of it.
And great work, and thanks to you for organizing all of us and getting all that done. We really appreciate your efforts on that, Judy. So thank you.
I just would like
sorry.
to say
Yes.
how much I appreciate the creativity in making this still happen, because I've attended that event for the last couple of years, and it's really meaningful. And any chance that I get now to still participate in something that has happened in the past, and we're finding ways around COVID, I just so appreciate it. So thank you for bringing some normalcy back to our lives in such a creative way.
Thank you.
Mayor, I would like to echo that as well. And Judy, you've done an amazing job over many, many years with Veterans Day, so really appreciate your efforts. And I also wanted to understand, where can it be viewed again? Is it through
Thank you.
this channel?
Tahoe Truckee Media, through
Okay.
this channel, we'll have it on television as well as available online. And so people can watch it even after the time closes down. They can just click on the link. That link will be published on our social media at the Town of Truckee. I think some of the veteran sites will do that as well, and on our website. So it should be simple to find.
Yeah, okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Great. Good.
I'll just say I echo. Thanks, Judy.
Great. Thanks, everybody. Moving on, 5.4. You get this one too, a elections update.
Yeah, this one, I was hoping to have a little more update information by now, but the county has not published the next set of results yet. They do have till December 1st to certify the election. The goal of the elections department currently is to have all the canvass completed and be ready to certify before Thanksgiving, so they can actually let their staff have a Thanksgiving holiday, which would be kind of nice for them. So they're working on it. They planned on releasing some more data today and potentially more by the end of the week. The numbers are kind of interesting at this point. It's saying 59% of the mailed ballots have been counted. So we were informed early on that we were in the 60 to 70% range of ballots mailed out being received back by the county. So they still have some ballots to count. So we're not sure exactly how many. We know that there's a stack of 500 waiting right now, opened and ready to scan. So hopefully we'll get some more additional results soon that will help us at least feel a little more comfortable. I think we're in a little better situation. We haven't traded candidates yet. The Truckee-Town Public Utility District has already traded candidates that are in or out, so it's going to be down to the wire for them. So hopefully before Thanksgiving, we'll have our results and we can all go through the holiday with knowing what's going on.
Great. And I know we haven't called any elections, but Measure K also looks very promising for anybody watching. I don't think there's enough ballots out there at this point to overturn that. So we're feeling very positive on that front as well.
Yeah, that's a resounding yes. It's in the upper 80%. I think less than 15%. We're on the no side. It would have to be all.
Yes.
And I still think it would pass with 50+1 at that rate. So, yeah.
Great. Thanks for that update. Appreciate
congratulations on Measure K. So.
Thank you. We will open public comment on any presentations. Do we have any public comment on any of the presentations? Were there any council comments while we're doing that? We kind of made our comments as we went, so.
No, none on the presentations. Thank you.
Great. Thanks, Judy. We will close public comment on the presentations. We'll close council member comment on the presentations, and the presentations are now closed, and we will move on to our consent calendar. Starting with item 6.1, minutes of both October meetings, October 13 and 27. 6.2, notice of completion for dirt and aggregate interchange for the 2020 guardrail project. 6.3, completion for Bay Area Tree Specialists and Jeremiah's Tree Service for the Tahoe Donner Roadway Vegetation Maintenance Project. Nice work. 6.4, Mills Act Historic Preservation Contract Agreement. 6.5, Contract for the Winter Wonderland Beautification and Coordination Services. 6, this might be the longest consent calendar I've seen since I have sat up here. 6.6, 2020, the longest you've even ever seen, wow. 6.6, 2020 Paving and Drainage Project Notice of Completion. 6.7, Easement Abandonment on Coburn Drive. 6.8, the 2020 Fleet Replacement Plan. 6.9, Appointments to the GPAC. 6.10, Approval of an MOU with the Truckee Police Officers Association for the coming fiscal year, July 2021 to June 30, 2022. 6.11, Purchasing Authorization to E+ Technologies. And 6.12, the Treasurer's Report, quarter ended September 30th. Woo. Okay. Any member of council like to pull any item from consent? I would like to pull 6.9, please. Any staff want to pull anything from consent? No. So, Councilmember Tierman, can we have a motion on consent for everything other than 6.9?
I move that we approve the consent calendar with all items with the exception of 6.9.
I'll second it.
And all in favor?
Aye.
Aye. And that means no opposed, so that's good. Consent carries, and we will come back to 6.9. I noticed, so the reason why I wanted to pull 6.9 was I just had some questions really about staff's recommendations, how you came up with those, and I was gonna probably swap a couple of folks, or at least suggest the swap of a couple of folks, and then I saw there was some follow-up as well since we've had this conversation. So you want to give us a little background, Jenna? Oh, you're ready. Look at you. Oh, you got a presentation and everything.
I don't necessarily need to run through the presentation. I think what I'll do is maybe go to this slide.
Sure.
Since it sounds like that's where your primary interests are. So just a quick note, following publication of the staff report and letting each of the candidates know that they've been recommended. Sharon Freeman reached out to me and stated that even though she had checked both the small business rep and the homeowner at large, she would prefer to be the homeowner at large. And Kelly had originally indicated an interest in small business rep. So I reached out to both of those ladies. They indicated fully being comfortable with Kelly being the small business rep and Sharon being the resident at large. So again, that's just flipping those two positions. And then the third recommendation that came out of our selection committee was for Coral Kavanaugh as the second resident homeowner at large. So you may note back a couple weeks ago when I was here talking about the vacancies, at that time we only had 2. Shortly thereafter, actually the day of our GPAC meeting in in October, one of the resident at-large representatives resigned, so we now have 3 openings. So what the selection committee did was took the 8 candidates that applied and recommended appointing 3 rather than the 2 since we had that opening. I don't really have anything else to add. I can certainly talk about who sits on the GPAC if that would be helpful and previous decisions, but I feel like you guys have heard me talk about that enough, so I'm happy to answer any questions.
I guess my only question is, what, other than their applications, which you included in the staff report, and I appreciate, and I do appreciate everybody's interest even in applying, and wanted to just thank all 8 folks who did put in applications. It takes time, and I appreciate that commitment. I sort of read just some other things, so I was really just wondering, was it subjective, objective? Were you giving people a score in any way, or was this just sort of who you guys determined or thought would be the 3 best?
So, David, I'm happy to answer that question, though as a member of the selection committee, I can certainly defer to you to answer it. Okay. It wasn't necessarily scientific. As I note in the staff report, the committee consisted of David and then Planning Commissioner Jerusha Hall. And then I sat in on the phone call just to answer any questions. Really what the two of them did was read through each of the applications. There's a questionnaire that had about 10 different questions kind of asking what their experience is in sitting on a committee or a commission, consensus building and their understanding of that, what they think Truckee's most important challenges are in the future, what they understand of the general plan. And I think, again, speaking on behalf of the committee, they were really looking for folks that seem to have kind of Truckee's best interests at heart, a general interest in the general plan and kind of what's happening in Truckee. A few folks had sort of planning background, and I think some comments were aimed at that could be helpful. And then in other cases, it was, well, we'd maybe just rather have someone that's just a regular person that's really here, simply interested in what's going on in Truckee. So it wasn't scientific. It really was just reviewing all the 8 different applications. A few folks did have, potential conflicts moving forward with the general plan. That didn't necessarily rule them out, but was certainly something we wanted to be aware of just to be sure that everybody is on the GPAC and can remain unbiased as they make decisions. I don't know if you want to add anything further beyond that.
Sure. Thank you, Jenna. I would say I was very impressed with the caliber of the applications received. All 8 of them I thought were qualified, and which made the process that much harder. We carefully went through, as Jenna said, each application, read through them, and then the 3 of us, Jenna had created a matrix, and we went down each person and just sort of discussed the merits of the individual's background, their level of interest. So although it wasn't necessarily scientific, as you termed it, I think we did spend a fair amount of time kind of discussing each candidate, and ultimately came up with this recommendation just based on the strength of their applications and background. And again, I think it was important that we felt to have a variety of backgrounds. As Jenna mentioned, there were quite a number who had very impressive planning backgrounds. I can't remember 3 or 4 of them at least. MIT, Harvard, pretty amazing. So with this list here, I think we've got a little bit of that. We've got an architect. We have three women who I think will do the commission well, or the committee. Is it commission or committee? Committee. Okay. Yeah. So that's a little more of the background.
Great. Yeah, thanks. And I think, just to be clear, I was, when I saw it, I guess one thing that really stood out to me was Adrian Juncoso. How do you pronounce his last name?
I believe it's Juncosa.
Juncosa. Got it. And if we're butchering that, I apologize, Adrian. He particularly stood out to me as somebody who I know he's applied before, or maybe not. I've definitely seen him apply for something. I think I interviewed him for a planning commission role a couple of years ago too. So that was, definitely one person whose expertise really showed through in his application to me a lot. And my only concern, and I guess this is maybe to those of you who sit on the GPAC, was, the GPAC at this point, I'm not sure how much more life it has left in it, maybe a year or so, maybe more. And to me, one of the concerns I had, which I think is both a positive and a negative, was bringing somebody up to speed in a way that they'll be effective right from the start and be able to sort of engage in a meaningful way. I didn't necessarily pick somebody to pull off, mostly because I feel like the 3 women were all also well qualified. I know Sharon personally. Whether or not she's the least qualified in terms of her planning experience, I'm not sure. so that was sort of one thing was, to me, Adrian stood out and I think would be a great fit for the GPAC. And then the second piece, and this is a little bit more subjective, I think, was, the small business representative. I'm not sure when this was created, somebody maybe with more history, I feel like what I remember hearing was, it was meant to be more of maybe a more traditional small business or a principal or somebody in the firm or whether it was a restaurant or a retail store or, something a little bit more along those lines, because we sort of have professional services covered in so many other ways. So I guess my two concerns were, I don't think any of these people fit small business at the end of the day. So the question is, do we want to leave that seat open and try to extend it and actually get a small business owner? I would say I'm okay if we don't. I think there are a number of other business folks who are representing business interests at the end of the day in general. So I'm okay with appointing 3, especially if Kelly knows she's supposed to be representing small business.
She's an owner of an architecture firm.
She's the owner of an architecture. Okay, that wasn't clear in her application, but
correct. We've worked to clarify that.
Got it. So that's helpful. And do they have like a physical office somewhere, or is it just home-based business?
That I'm not sure of. I could certainly ask her. It's recently established architecture firm.
Okay. So I guess my question is, if everybody's okay with the way it is, I am too. Otherwise, I would be in favor of subbing out Adrian, mostly just because I think he'll be able to hit the ground running much more effectively, probably than maybe one or two of the others.
So the one thing I might add is that it is incumbent upon myself to bring whoever gets selected up to speed over the past, now 2 years worth of GPAC meetings. So I will definitely be spending some time in the next week, because our next meeting is next Thursday, to help bring the 3 up to speed.
Great. Please.
Okay, so one thing I wanted to add or say, first of all, I'm very comfortable with the selection of the committee here. One thing that I've noticed through the course of GPAC is what I think has been a very healthy participation on the part of community members who are not necessarily GPAC members. And the way GPAC has been structured, community at large members have been, I would say, equally as verbal and participatory as those who have been on the committee. And that's been very impressive. So I don't think necessarily that having the GPAC committee designation restricts anyone else from the community in full participation and discussion and input along the way. So I feel that Adrian, along with many others, would have that equal opportunity.
Yeah, well said. Yeah, great. Any comments on this side?
I think my only comment is, I think you're right. All 8 look pretty good. All 8 could do a good job. The one part that I feel, kind of said this before about other issues, is we have a selection committee, and they're supposed to do that, and that's what they're doing. They're recommending. At some point, we have to let them just do their job, and we have to accept it, and it's part of the process. And I think we need to make sure we honor that along the way as well. So I'd be fine with the way it was proposed.
Great. Sounds like we're okay. Unless, do you have anything to add that's different? No. Then I'm fine. Yeah, I just wanted to understand a little bit more of how we got there, and I might have glossed over that part that said you were on the actual selection committee, because I don't recall reading that. So that's very helpful that you brought that to us. I will try to read more clearly next time. So with that, Councilmember Tierman, I guess you're on the hook tonight for our initial motions here. How about a motion to approve 6.9?
Sure. I move that we approve consent calendar item 6.9.
I'll second it.
And all in favor?
Aye.
Aye. And any opposed? No. Great. Thank you for indulging that one. With that, we will move on to item 7.1. which I believe is going to be a tag team of sorts. Yes, that was my guess. 2020 Development Code updates, with a lot of them.
Yeah, while Yumi's getting set up for the presentation, just to give you a little overview, we did a couple rounds of Planning Commission hearings for this Development Code update. Yumi and Emily, our planning technician, and I worked on sort of the general updates, and then Jamie worked on the ADU updates, which was a pretty big topic. So what we're doing tonight is separating it out into two presentations to try to simplify. So Yumi and I will run through the sort of general topics, and then Jamie has a separate presentation for the ADU.
Would you like us to break them up in our discussion and comments as well? Sorry, I wasn't prepared for that, so.
Yeah, you could do that. We could do our presentation, and then if you want to ask us questions about these topics, we could do that, and then Jamie could do her presentation and questions, and then you could do all of your deliberations at the end, if that's your preference.
Great, Laura, thank you.
Okay. Okay, so to get started, the main topics that Yumi and I are going to talk about tonight are the residential accessory structures, plan developments, and cleanup items. There were a couple items that the Planning Commission reviewed that we are going to be bringing back to them for some additional discussion. One was bicycle parking. They wanted some changes made to that section. And then food trucks, we felt after their conversation about that we needed to have sort of a bigger community dialogue about what we want to do with food trucks. So those will be coming back. And these are the topics we're focusing on because these are the ones that the commission made some changes to. The other items we weren't going to go through one by one, but we can touch on those if you have any questions about those items. So the first item tonight would be residential accessory uses and structures. This was something we took for some proposed amendments to try to update that section and ensure that the accessory structures that are built on residential properties are kept in scale to the residences on the property. So there were a number of things that the commission looked at, establishing maximum size limits for detached garages based on parcel size. We suggested additional setbacks for detached garages on large acreage parcels. We recommended removing the minor use permit allowance that currently allows for structures to exceed the size limits in the code, with really no limit to that. We clarified the allowances for accessory dwelling units constructed as part of a detached garage, since that language was a little confusing. And clarified the requirements for agricultural structures. So if you have an open air, unenclosed corral or stable, that doesn't fall under the size limits. And another update was table 3-16, just updating that to reflect what the current proposed changes are to the standards. And then there was some additional language that I think Jamie will probably talk about in the ADU presentation about reducing the size of garages for ADUs from 1,000 square feet to 500 square feet. So the one thing that Planning Commission recommended changing was to remove the additional setbacks. They felt for large acreage parcels, the 30-foot side and rear yard setback would be sufficient without imposing an additional setback. So our recommendation on that would be to approve the proposed amendments with the Planning Commission modifications.
And then the other larger topic that was discussed by the Planning Commission, other than the ADUs that you'll listen to later today, is the plan developments, which is a land use entitlement that is offered in our development code. And it's intended to allow consideration of innovation in site planning or other aspects of project design. It essentially provides flexibility to our development standards. But in order to be eligible for a plan development, applicant would have to provide at least one project mandatory feature. And right now, our development code has 4 different project mandatory features. And the first one is to provide a minimum of 25% of the residential units as affordable. The second one is to provide greater energy efficiency by meeting the Silver LEED rating. The third item is to achieve a minimum of 30% greater energy efficiency than the minimum required by CalGreen, the building code. And then the last one is to provide a substantial public amenity, such as a public plaza or park that would otherwise not be required by the development code. Additionally, to make the findings for a plan development, the project as a whole has to be a superior design. But those are just the 4 items that could get you in the door to even have that discussion. So the Planning Commission reviewed, these are the items the Planning Commission reviewed. They looked at removing the LEED Silver or equivalent rating system, removing the 30% greater energy efficiency than the Cal Green standard. And those two items were proposed by staff originally because we've received feedback that the LEED Silver standard it's just additional paperwork. Essentially, if you meet our California building code requirements, you can meet LEED Silver as long as you fill out a plethora of paperwork. That doesn't necessarily achieve our sustainability goals, just pushes paper around. The second item, we received feedback that this achieving 30% greater energy efficiency than the standard building code is essentially impossible. That's just anecdotal, and we have never had anyone want to do that. So it seems like it could potentially be a difficult achievement to make, but that is something that it was just anecdotal based on discussions with applicants. Additionally, staff proposed at that time to add new language to be more specific about how the affordable housing should be allocated based off of other requirements in our development code. We also recommended to looking at an affordable housing option for a non-residential project, and then to provide broader language regarding the public amenities to allow both on-site and off-site improvements. We also just thought this would be an interim change, that eventually we would come back to the Planning Commission and the Town Council with a more robust review of the plan development section, and we'll talk about that in a second. When Planning Commission reviewed this, they did make several changes. They essentially just kept the removal of the two energy efficiency requirements. And that's not to say that sustainability is not something that they want to achieve or want to include in the code. Those are just two items that they thought didn't necessarily, it was just paperwork or was something that we put on there but couldn't necessarily achieve it. So they wanted to take out the things that were unachievable or were not really, when you dig down into it, was not something that was truly meeting sustainability goals. They also removed all the other proposed options and requested that we come back with the plan development topic to discuss it further. But essentially the affordable housing option for non-residential projects, it was something they were interested in. They just wanted to do a little more vetting on that item, and so they wanted to bring that back. And then they also removed the transit shelters as a specific example under the public amenity. One of the commissioners, or the commissioners, didn't think that that was a large enough benefit to warrant one specific example in our code. Doesn't necessarily mean someone can't propose it, it just isn't a clearly identified option. And as I stated, this is intended to be an interim change right now to take out features that do not actually provide a sustainability benefit, and then to create a higher standard. If someone is truly requesting flexibility to our code, there should be some standard that they achieve. We do anticipate a potential future discussion, and that could be the things that Planning Commission discussed, as well as these things that we've talked about internally as staff, and looking at the parameters for the types of flexibility people can ask for, applicants can ask for, the quantity they can ask for. Right now, it's kind of an open book. If someone asks for a plan development, they can say, let's try everything if we wanted to. Create proportionate public benefits based on the requested flexibility. So if someone's asking for a reduction of one parking space versus half of the parking spaces, should that be considered? And we thought we should do some public outreach to identify potential community options to provide future developers with a menu of desired features. And primarily, what's important, we think, is to incorporate sustainability options based off of what comes out of the climate action plan. So truly researched options that we think will benefit Truckee as a whole. And then to create better criteria or findings to identify what exactly a superior project is that can achieve the plan development. And so with Planning Commission's recommendations, staff is recommending also to approve the proposed amendments. And then, like Laura said, there are a variety of cleanup items that are within your staff report and were talked about in great detail with our Planning Commission. Tonight, we're proposing to discuss the items that they chose, that the Planning Commission made modifications to, if you want, which are underlined here. If you do want to go back and talk about something in more detail, we are prepared to do that.
Okay, so the first of the cleanups was the kitchen and cooking facilities definition. Currently, it defines what is allowed outside of a kitchen, but isn't clear on what you have to have in a kitchen, which is a question that we've gotten several times. So we wanted to clarify what actually is required in terms of equipment. And then we recommended limiting the number of bar sinks that are allowed outside the kitchen to 1 per unit. That was just an effort to try to cut down on what we sometimes see in terms of illegal spaces that are converted to an ADU without being permitted. So the commission felt that there shouldn't be a limit on bar sinks, so they took that out of their recommendation. Aside from that, they supported the other changes to the definition. We recommended some changes to the fences and retaining wall section, and part of that was establishing a 6-foot maximum height limit, which is consistent with the requirements for fences, walls, and hedges. And to say that if you want to exceed that, then you need to get a variance through the hillside development standards and meet those criteria. And the only change that the Planning Commission made to that was to address tiered walls and to say that the height limit applies to those cumulatively.
And then in consultation with our town attorney, we recommended some changes to our appeals process. As you know, we've been seeing a few more appeals lately. We cleaned it up to clarify who can appeal. Right now, with our previously proposed language to the Planning Commission, we propose that the CDD zoning administrator decision can be appealed by any person. A decision made by the Planning Commission could only be appealed by somebody who has given verbal or written testimony at the hearing. It requires a member of the commission or council that filed an appeal to not participate in consideration of the project, and then requires appeal reviews to be de novo, which is not bound by the decision that has been appealed. And that last item, that's something that we've been doing in practice. We just wanted to codify that in our code. The Planning Commission reviewed it and reviewed these proposed changes, and they modified the section to allow any person to appeal the Planning Commission's decision, regardless of whether public comment was made. And primarily, the reason for that was because maybe a person did not have the opportunity to provide public comment. They were out of town, didn't necessarily receive the notice in time, and then they thought maybe issues could come up during deliberation that were not available for public comment. So that was the reasoning behind those changes, and so yes. And then the workforce housing requirements. It was just a cleanup item to really clarify that there are 2 components to a deed restriction for a workforce housing unit. They would have to do both components. I don't know if it was very clear in the code currently, so we wanted to just make sure that both of these items, the first right of refusal to employees of the actual project that the workforce housing units were required for, and if they were unavailable to accommodate that requirement, then it would be opened up to the general community for low-income households. So we just wanted to introduce that clarifying language. And then you'll note your second item on this agenda is to discuss the workforce housing requirements. And the Planning Commission did recommend that you discuss it further. And we will be recommending in the next item that we'll review the ordinance at a annual check-in next year, or as part of the general plan update process, since it is a fairly new ordinance or updated ordinance. So tonight we're recommending to approve the proposed cleanup amendments with Planning Commission modifications. And so as an overview, the residential accessory structures and the planned developments are the 2 major discussion topics of this part of the agenda topic. And then there's a variety of cleanup amendments that, of course, we didn't go through every single one, but we can if you would like. So with that, the Planning Commission's recommendation, and the staff's recommendation, is to introduce Ordinance 2020-09 and waive the first reading to approve the 2020 Development Code amendments and determine the Development Code amendments to be exempt from CEQA pursuant to Section 15061B3. And with that, we could take questions on these topics.
Thank you. Harkens back to the good old Planning Commission days, and big thank you to the Planning Commission for plugging through that incredibly numerous amount of amendments you gave them. And so to be clear, any of the Planning Commission recommendations that you showed us are included in what we will be voting on or approving tonight, correct?
That's correct. We have not suggested any changes.
And no changes. Great. Thank you. Any questions on any of these to start with? And then we'll move on to ADUs in that second. Go ahead, Anna, Vice Mayor Klostad.
Yeah, of course, I zero in on the whole lead and the 30% above Title 24. So my question is there a way to hit a middle ground on that, and has staff considered that possibility? Because I completely understand when this was first written, LEED was about 30% above Title 24, and now Title 24 has come up to bar, and they're relatively the same. So we could do something, it seems, in the middle, or just a little bit of a stretch above. Is there any consideration for that?
Our original thought was we didn't want to get rid of the sustainability option. We know that that's a town council goal, community goal. But what we do want to do is do real tangible items that are on our agenda, our future agenda, with the climate action plan and what we adopt as a community. We don't know yet, since we haven't adopted the climate action plan, what that looks like. So we didn't do additional research that would be possibly redundant to what our climate action plan is already doing. So we didn't necessarily go into great detail, but I have provided you some options if you did want to look at other items. I don't think I can propose anything today as staff about what we can put in as a sustainability option, but we can move that forward to look at additional research into other levels of LEED and whether that would be a potential. Maybe LEED Platinum would be something that we can actually provide, that could actually provide benefits to the community. We could look at, I know that Cal Green has 2 tiers, so we can see if the second tier is something that's desirable to the community, or to the community. Or we can look at other items with Nick's team, his sustainability team, to see if there's anything short-term that we can bridge the gap. And then we can come back and amend the development code and the next couple months.
Amend the amendment. Timing. Can you talk about timing for me for these future possible changes?
For the climate action plan, I don't know what Nick's timeline is exactly. Maybe Danielle can speak to that. If you did want to do a short-term measure, we could come back adopt the changes if you think they're appropriate right now, and then come back at a later date with updated development code updates. And I think it would take up to 4 to 6 months to get it completely through the ordinance process and in effect. Alternatively, this third option is that we could put a line in the code that says that the town council could adopt a future resolution, which we'll have to come back to you with an itemized list of what sustainability options you may be interested in, and then we can use that resolution in the interim before we adopt a climate action plan and amend our development code.
Did you want to comment on that, Danielle?
So specifically for the climate action plan, because we integrated that into the general plan update, we're working through the land use alternatives right now. And then the next thing we'll do is we'll start talking about the draft element that Nick and his crew put together. So it's likely at this point not going to be until early summer that we would have a broader conversation with GPAC about what some of those draft policies are that are proposed in the draft version of the climate action plan, or what we're now calling the climate action element. So we do have a bit of time before we're going to get there.
And so then the question becomes, because this is specific to the planned developments, how many of those would we anticipate in that interim time? We just don't know, right? I mean, we could have 10, we could have none.
Yeah, I mean, every project is different, but I would say right now we probably have requests at least 1 every 5 applications, it seems like, because the types of development that's left to do is more complicated. The lots are either constrained in some way, or there's just a proposal type that a developer wants to do that we haven't anticipated before. And not that they're all asking for extreme variations from the development code, but the planned development is so broad that it addresses, from the very small requests to the very large requests for deviation.
Thank you very much.
Tony? No? Councilmember Tierman, any questions?
Just one question. Are you familiar with the LEED for neighborhood development standard?
I know of it. I can't say I know much about it.
Okay. I'll save the rest of my comment for deliberation. Okay, I just wanted to ask that question. Thank you.
Great. We will open public comment on these items after we hear Jamie's presentation, and then we'll handle all of the action at one time. Just for our purposes, keep in mind for when we go to deliberate, we'll talk about this separately. We'll talk about it first, and then we'll move into the ADUs that Jamie's going to give us now. All right, Jamie, you're on.
Okay. Can you hear me okay?
We can. Thank you.
All right. Okay, so tonight I'll be presenting just the ADU portion of the development code update. This is relatively time intensive to go through, so I'll try to speed through the parts that I don't think will cause as much interest for the council members. And if you would like additional information, of course, feel free to stop me or ask questions afterwards. For members of the public, second units have a lot of different names. They go by secondary residential units, accessory dwelling units, which is what we'll be calling it during this presentation, or ADUs. In-law suites, granny flats, carriage houses, accessory apartments, and guest houses. All of these are the same. And sorry, hold on. I'm just realizing that you're not seeing my presentation, are you?
We are not.
Okay, sorry, let me go back to that.
I think we are now. There you go. Yep.
Okay, sorry.
That's okay.
So there are the names of the different types of second units. They all refer to the same thing. It's essentially an independent dwelling apartment on a property that's a single family. And the state's position on ADUs, just to provide some background and perspective, is that the state legislature declared that ADUs are an essential component in helping to address the California housing crisis by providing lower cost, long-term rental housing stock for residents. So it is specific to providing an answer to housing. In response to this, the state provides a number of incentives through legislation. This is not an all-inclusive list. They permit them on all residentially zoned lots. They reduce 4-foot side yard setbacks and rear yard setbacks, and even less for ADUs that are from converted spaces. They increase maximum square footage from what used to be allowed. There are automatic deviations to development code standards or to development standards. For some ADU types, there are parking exemptions and deviations. They're now permitted on multifamily lots. They provided a streamlined permitting process and waived all development impact fees for ADUs under 750 square feet. In Truckee, our approach to housing and ADUs, the council for 2019 and 2020 has a goal of increasing the availability of affordable and achievable locals housing. In 2020, the council provided further directions stating to develop a series of innovative housing programs and projects, such as incentives for ADUs. Some of the incentives that Truckee is providing through our ADU program, which are on top of the state's incentives, and again, this is not an all-inclusive list, are to increase the maximum square footage of ADUs up to 1,200 square feet for parcels that are greater than 1 acre in size, to permit conversion ADUs to be expanded beyond the existing size, which is not referenced in the ADU legislation from the state, permitting ADUs to have separate garages, having an option for a second driveway on certain types of lots, permitting both detached and conversion ADUs on multifamily lots, permitting JADUs as an addition, not just conversion of existing space. And we have town programs and staff in place to guide owners through the ADU process. connect owners with resources, tenants, and funding opportunities, and to provide ADU training to designers and contractors, and we're in the process of developing prototype plan sets. The town also has loans for ADU owners with a 10-year deed restriction, offering those ADUs to low and moderate income renters. All of this is to say there's an important reason why we have ADUs, and the purpose is for housing. So brief background on how we got to where we are. We've long had an ADU ordinance within the town of Truckee since at least 2001, and I think previous to that. And in 2019, the town council adopted an urgency ordinance to implement recent state legislation. In January of this year, the new ADU standards went into effect, and in August, we received feedback from the California Department of Housing and Community Development with some recommended modifications. So to summarize the proposed changes, we're incorporating HCD's feedback into the code. We are ensuring legislative consistency. We added an ADU section, or within the ADU section, we reorganized it for flow. We modified and clarified some confusing standards, and we added Truckee-specific standards to address local concerns, environmental conditions, and life safety issues. So this is where I'm going to run through some stuff pretty quickly. Feel free to stop me during the presentation or ask me additional questions afterwards. So the first thing we're doing is changing the name. Throughout our development code, we've always called it secondary residential units. We're moving toward the now more common naming convention of accessory dwelling units, or ADUs. We've added a section about the different types of ADUs, attached, detached, and junior ADUs. And we've clarified that multifamily lots can have both interior or conversion ADUs as well as detached ADUs. This is the portion of the code where you'll see the most change. However, the Planning Commission supported all the proposed changes. So unless, again, the council would like more clarification, I won't go into all the details. So we have standard types of ADUs, and then we have smaller ADUs that are less than 800 square feet, and those are allowed to deviate from development standards, including site coverage, floor area ratio, and open space. And then there are conversion ADUs, which are converted from existing living space or accessory structures, garages, attics, that sort of thing. And there are standards that would be specific to those types of ADUs. For garages on ADUs, we propose to reduce the size to 500 square feet, where it was previously allowed to be 1,000 square feet, which is approximately a 4-car garage for an ADU. And we made some modifications to parking locations and setback allowances. Again, I already mentioned this, but we streamlined a process for second driveways on specific types of lots. And then this is going to be, we'll spend some time focusing on this. So for interior access restrictions, staff recommended explicitly restricting interior access between the ADU and the main dwelling. And we've been requiring that for many years. And so staff's proposal was to just make it explicit within the standards so that as designers and homeowners are trying to figure out what they're allowed to do, it's very crystal clear. Historically, within land use ordinances, if it's not outright permitted, it is prohibited. So similar to, we wouldn't allow for a space station to be created in the downtown Truckee Depot lot. It doesn't say that in our code, but it's not permitted because it's not, or because it is prohibited because it is not outright permitted. So when the Planning Commission took a look at this, and after hearing some of the public comments, including from the Contractors Association, they recommended some modifications. The red are the strikeouts and new language that they proposed, that the Planning Commission recommended to the Town Council. And I will not read that out loud unless you'd like me to. And so after that meeting, staff spent more time going back and discussing why we felt strongly that there should not be interior access between the ADU and the main dwelling unit. California did declare that we are in a housing crisis and that ADUs can provide a lower cost rental housing stock for residents. The state mandated deviations to standards and fee waivers to encourage ADU construction, again, for the purpose of housing. Legislation defines ADUs as a complete independent living facility. A solid wall establishes an ADU's independence versus maintaining it as a single family dwelling with 2 kitchens, or as a JADU, which is a junior ADU, is kind of that combination between it's an accessory dwelling unit and just a roommate within the house. And it also increases the chance of long-term rental of that unit versus having that space be used as a guest suite for visitors. The Development Code definition for a dwelling is for the exclusive use of a single household. It cannot have more than 1 kitchen, and all habitable spaces within the dwelling must maintain interior connections. So I do want to note that you are allowed to have a sink and a refrigerator and a microwave outside of a kitchen without it being considered an accessory dwelling unit. And that is permitted and encouraged through our code and by town staff as well. There are also complications in calculating and confirming ADU sizes and parameters when there is no solid wall defining one space from the other. Some additional support for this is staff compares an ADU to an apartment building, and in apartment buildings, units are intended for fully independent households and do not have shared doors directly connecting between the living spaces. And for similar reasons, if an ADU is truly an independent living unit, it does not require direct shared access to the main dwelling as well. In staff's experience, homeowners who are planning to long-term rent an ADU typically propose solid walls without interior connections to ensure privacy and separation for all parties. Homeowners who are proposing interior connections often desire to have flexible use of space for visiting guests and potentially short-term rent the space when it's not in use by their guests. An internally connected guest suite with, again, potentially the sink, fridge, and microwave is permitted as part of a dwelling, but it does not achieve the long-term housing goals for which ADU legislation and incentives are intended. So as requested by a couple of the council members, I'm going to provide 3 separate floor plans that hopefully help explain why we have concerns about the interior access. So this particular floor plan is, some of you will know it as the Tahoe Tunnel. We have the first floor down here, the second floor down here. Here you'll have the garage, walk in through the garage, and in the back you'll have an accessory dwelling unit, or you can walk upstairs to the main living area. Again, the concern is that with a door that connects into the main dwelling, it causes confusion onto where exactly that ADU starts and stops for calculating square footage. So is this space here part of the ADU, or is that part of the single family dwelling? What about this space over here that the ADU owners might stock their jackets and other things? Excuse me. This next example, this next example has a garage on the first floor with the main dwelling. And right at the top here, you'll see a separate access or a separate entrance, which is required by state legislation, to go upstairs to the accessory dwelling unit. However, by providing this door right there into the main dwelling, once that door is open, these 2 spaces flow continuously. And again, where does that unit start? Where does it stop? And how can we confirm that that ADU is going to comply with the maximum allowable square footage defined by state legislation and the Truckee Development Code? And if those weren't fun enough for you, this one's going to be a brain buster. So this one we have on the first floor. This space over here on the far left was previously a garage that's been converted into an ADU. And they have a door that accesses into the main dwelling, kitchen, and living space. So again, where does that space start? Where does it stop for the square footage? We'll keep going. There's also a door that leads to a second set of stairs going up to 2 bedrooms. So those 2 bedrooms also have access to this airlock entry down at the bottom. Is that airlock count toward the single family, or does it count toward the ADU? And then over up here on the second floor, there's another door that accesses into the main dwelling. And in some cases, the homeowners close off that door, open the door at the bottom of the stairs, and use these 2 bedrooms as part of the ADU. And other times, they close the bottom door, keep the door at the top of the stairs open, so that as they rent out the main dwelling, it becomes a 6-bedroom house. So those are some of the fun things we've been dealing with. So staff's conclusion and recommendation is that we believe it's critical design standard to prohibit interior access between the main dwelling and the ADU, primarily to ensure that the ADU functions independently, to create permanent long-term housing in Truckee, and to accurately calculate and permit the actual floor area dedicated to the ADU. As an alternative, if council does support, this bullet point's on the wrong slide, so we'll skip that one. So that is staff's recommendation, that we prohibit that access. And I'm going to talk about airlocks here in just a second, so hold tight. Moving on to the entrance and shared airlocks, staff recommends prohibiting a shared airlock between the main dwelling and the ADU and or JADU. Originally, this was staff's idea. However, we found, and the reason for that was that we did like the idea of having some connection, having a single entryway, so that it would have the appearance of a single family dwelling. However, again, much like the concerns we had for interior access between the dwelling and the ADU, opening both sides of a shared airlock allows for that continuous flow of space and doesn't actually establish 2 independent living areas. The Planning Commission did have recommendations again, and those are again highlighted here in red, strike through, and underlined for the new proposed language. The legislation does require direct private access to all ADUs, and a shared airlock would be an addition to the access point. Again, similar to the reasons for restricting interior access, staff does not support allowing a shared airlock between the main dwelling and the ADU for that continuous flow reason, and to ensure that the 2 spaces operate independently and to prevent discrepancies when calculating ADU floor area. And I apologize for that bullet point I left on the other slide. If the council does want to recommend approving shared airlocks, the staff recommended, I'll slide back to that one, I apologize for that, down the second bullet point. If council supports shared airlocks, staff recommends incorporating an 80 square foot size limit to contain the airlock within a reasonable area, and to limit the possibility that large living area of the main dwelling would not be proposed to be qualified as a shared airlock. And just for perspective, average airlocks and vestibules are approximately 50 to 65 square feet. And so allowing for 80 square feet provides a little buffer beyond that. I will talk later about public comments that we received, but I did want to let you know that the Contractors Association of Truckee-Tahoe does support having an 80 square foot restriction if council does want to recommend allowing shared airlocks. And then the third topic that we're going into more detail on is short-term rentals and amnesty programs. So in the Truckee short-term rental and noise ordinance prohibits the short-term rental of all ADUs permitted on or after January 1st of 2020, which is in keeping with the state legislation. The ordinance did not address illegal or unpermitted ADUs that may have been created prior to that date, including those that may have already been short-term renting. Staff's recommendation was to specify in the code that the January 1st, 2020 short-term rental prohibition also includes all illegal ADUs as well. During Planning Commission's review, they did support staff's recommendation. However, they also added a recommendation to council to consider adopting a town amnesty program for owners of existing illegal or unpermitted ADUs to submit for and obtain building permits consistent with the building codes and the proposed development code standards for ADUs, with the exception that these ADUs would not be subject to the prohibition on short-term renting the ADU for a term of less than 31 consecutive days. The Commission recommends that any amnesty program should consider a duration that would factor in the following. First, the current recession, which could make it financially difficult for homeowners to pay for permitting and any structural modifications. And two, the construction industry's current lack of availability, which could make it difficult for homeowners to hire a qualified contractor to complete work in a timely basis. Staff's position on short-term rentals and amnesty programs are again to maintain the wording in the code that the January 1st, 2020 short-term rental prohibition includes illegal ADUs without exception. The rationale behind that is that all illegal land uses upon discovery are required to comply with the standards in effect at the time of permit application, or they're required to be removed. Owners who did unpermitted work should not be rewarded in comparison to property owners who are currently creating new ADUs through the correct permitting process. Additionally, it is often difficult to assess exactly when unpermitted work was done. So, for example, was that ADU constructed before January 1st, 2020? It's often hard to know. And again, the state's purpose in requiring local jurisdictions to approve ADUs is for the purpose of long-term housing to help address the housing crisis, and short-term rentals do not achieve that goal. This is a slide that I just wanted to provide because some of the comments that we heard during Planning Commission's review were surrounded or they were concerned with how it affects local owners versus non-local owners. I know as council members, you have an obligation to represent all. So these are just some stats about the short-term rentals that staff has currently been investigating. We've gone over 472 properties that are currently registered with the short-term rental program and pay TOT, or transient occupancy tax. Of those, 13% are local owners, 81% are out of town, and 26 we're still trying to identify, or they're nearby residents, including Olympic Valley and Tahoe City. Of those 472 properties that we've researched so far, excuse me, 13 of those properties have a legal or permitted ADU. Only 3 of those units are local owners and 10 of those are non-local owners. And it's unknown how many short-term rentals are actually illegal ADUs. So staff did some preliminary research on other amnesty programs. Most of those are intended to legalize unpermitted ADUs to ensure resident health and safety, to officially add the units to the housing stock and counts. Some of the programs waive after the fact fees, pay for new permit fees, provide free services to estimate the costs to bring the ADU up to current codes and standards. And some of them offer grants for deed restricting ADUs to low-income tenants. In no case did staff discover any programs that would allow illegal ADUs to continue operating as short-term rentals under a prior code or standard, and in no case were any exceptions granted to illegal or unpermitted ADUs to continue short-term rentals if the unit was permitted on or after January 1st, 2020. If council chooses to direct staff to develop an amnesty program, we would recommend to consider the overall purpose of a Truckee ADU amnesty program. Some of these purposes might include whether to permit existing illegal ADUs under current codes and standards for the purpose of ensuring health and safety of residents. Is it to permit existing illegal ADUs to officially add the units to our housing stock? Is it to allow illegal ADUs to start or continue short-term renting, whereas ADUs constructed earlier this year would be prohibited? Is it to assist owners through the process with staff and financial assistance? If the town council chooses to direct staff to investigate an amnesty program, staff will conduct further research of other amnesty programs, examine the needs and concerns within Truckee, and return to council with options to obtain further direction and prior to developing a full program. A couple more that we'll breeze through here. We added some clarifying language about manufactured homes and tiny homes, that they can be allowed if they're on a permanent foundation. ADU reversions, that if you previously received deviations to development code standards for the purpose of creating an ADU and later decide to convert it to another use, you would have to comply with the standards in effect at that time. And for junior ADUs, again, we removed the requirement to incorporate a bedroom. We added clarifying language about JADU kitchen requirements and added state mandated short-term rental restrictions and owner occupancy requirements to the deed restriction language. One other thing that's not on this slide that I should mention is that during the Planning Commission hearing, it was recommended by a member of the public, and the Planning Commission supported requiring that a JADU door shall be able to be locked from the interior of the JADU. And that is written into the proposed ordinance, and staff recommends to maintain that. A couple other changes are regarding the definitions of ADUs and ADUs and junior ADUs. There are some changes within there I can highlight if you'd like. Otherwise, I'll keep going. And then public comments that we received, and I would have liked to go into these in more detail. However, most of them I didn't receive until this afternoon, so I'll try to summarize. The Glenshire Devonshire Residents Association expressed concern about the 4-foot side and rear yard setbacks due to fire and safety, privacy, light, and air concerns. And those are state mandated. However, they just wanted to put on the record that they believe those are not appropriate here in Truckee. Sorry, I just need a glass of water. They requested that all accessory structures that were referenced in the other portion of the development code updates require non-flammable sheathing, specifically requesting exterior sheathing of all sheds and ADUs to be non-combustible cladding, and that surfaces of decks and stairs of all ADUs shall be Class A or non-combustible materials. Well, staff definitely supports the idea of non-flammable sheathing in those areas. That tends to be more of a building code requirement versus a land use requirement. So that's staff's position on that topic. And the Contractors Association of Truckee-Tahoe, I just imported this, so I'll read it for you in case you didn't have a chance to review it either. It's to encourage ADUs by providing maximum flexibility. They support allowing shared airlocks, and CAT does support an 80 square foot size restriction on the airlock area. For interior access, they did have some alternative suggestions to consider. And that includes strengthening language in the development code to prohibit 2 kitchens in the main dwelling unit, to require double lockable doors, 1 lockable door on the homeowner side and 1 lockable door on the renter side, and to require a special note on the plan set specifically delineating the separation between the main dwelling and the ADU, and only allowing interior access in 2 situations. Excuse me. Where existing space from a single-family residence is converted to an ADU because no state mandated or locally permitted deviations for ADUs are used, and where a new ADU construction does not use any state mandated or locally permitted deviations for the ADUs. So none of that has been incorporated into the proposal tonight. However, those might be some options for the Planning Commission to consider if you do support allowing interior access. There were 12 comments submitted in support of allowing interior access and shared entryways. I have some reasons of support here. The shared airlock can provide an alternative emergency exit route. ADUs can meet needs for multi-generational housing and or caretaker housing, where interior access is important. It gives owners more flexibility in how they use the space rather than just having a rental unit. The community severely lacks available housing. It provides access to potential shared amenities such as laundry, garbage, and storage. And there are safety concerns with snow and ice upon exiting an ADU to access the main dwelling. There were 3 public comments submitted regarding concerns about impacts on local residents by allowing for rentals and deviations. Excuse me. Only allowing full-time local homeowners to rent ADUs, either long-term or short-term, and concerned about the potential negative impacts of out-of-area investors purchasing properties with the intent to build ADUs, which takes more for-purchase housing out of reach for locals. So staff's recommendation is to introduce the ordinance 2020-10 and waive the first reading to approve the development code amendments and adopt the findings, to direct staff to complete the ADU name change throughout the development code, and to determine the amendments to be exempt from CEQA. Additionally, if the council prefers, to provide direction to staff regarding a potential ADU amnesty program. And then just as a reminder, there are 2 ordinances on the table, the one that Laura and Yumi already presented, which is 2020-09. And so I just put it on this slide so we wouldn't forget about it. And that concludes my presentation.
Okay. Thank you, Jamie.
Not long enough for you?
It was certainly long enough and detailed. Thank you. We appreciate it. You guys have done a lot of work on this, and it really shows. So thank you. Okay. Let's do questions. What time is it? 6:45. Let's do questions from council on the second presentation, and then we'll see how many questions we have and potentially take a break before public comment, and or we'll do public comment and then take a break before we head to deliberation, just to give everybody a heads up. Anybody want to start? Councilmember Chairman, you ready? Yeah, go ahead.
Yes, thank you, Jamie. I'm not sure where to look to see you other than the screen over here. So thank you. That was really thorough, and you helped to distill a complicated topic down. So a couple of questions. The first one relates to the complexities that were mentioned in calculating ADU space versus a main dwelling unit. And I noticed the suggestion from the Contractors Association to, I think it was to place a note. Yeah, require a special note. So I guess my question would be, has any thought been given to graphically identifying a demising wall between the accessory dwelling unit and the main unit, and letting that be the determining factor between the two living spaces, so that with a well delineated demising wall, I think the calculation may be more feasible and perhaps more straightforward. So that, I guess, is a question and a comment.
Yeah, I mean, oftentimes we do have, like, for example, in the Tahoe Tunnel example, I'll go back to that. Are you, when you say a demising wall, do you mean like a defining wall where it's clear and because they are required to be fire rated between units? So it would be a fire rated wall to separate the units.
Yes, that's what I'm referring to. I'm thinking about this because of the example of commercial space, office space, or retail space is typically delineated with a very clearly defined demising wall, and you're right. It is a typically fire rated wall, and then that's the way that those two spaces, two adjoining office spaces or commercial spaces, are calculated in terms of square footage. And it seems like there may be an opportunity to consider doing the same thing here. Like in the example that you have on the screen, you've got the door encircled in red. That wall could in effect be defined as the demising wall between the ADU and the main dwelling unit, so that everything on the right-hand side of that wall is part of the main dwelling. Everything on the left-hand side is part of the ADU. So it seems like there could be potentially a graphic way to really define space and help with that calculation. So I wanted to throw that out there sort of as a question and quasi-comment.
Yeah, and in this Tahoe Tunnel example that I have up on the screen right now, that one is a little bit more clear as to where we would define the space. However, again, in this example, between the garage, you also have the coat room. There is a laundry room typically down in that area. And again, is it getting calculated toward the ADU, or is it getting calculated toward the main dwelling? And just because there's a firewall installed between the two doesn't mean that the use won't carry over, in which case there's no point in having a maximum allowable square footage. Again, this example that I shared with you guys, that one certainly gets a little bit crazier. And where do those walls exist, and where does that unit start and stop? And this is just one of many examples we could share where it gets quite complicated.
Yeah, understood. I was just wanting to explore or ask if there had been exploration on maybe an approach like that, which kind of gets back to that cat comment about a special note. Maybe this is something that is defined up front, when an applicant comes in. Anyway, we'll leave that one. And the next question had to do with amnesty for an illegal unit. And I guess the what-if scenario that I wonder about or wanted to ask about is, suppose that someone buys a house that already had an illegal unit with a house. And through no fault of the person who purchased the house, they're buying the house with this illegal unit, they want to bring it up to speed. They want to make it code compliant. They want to upgrade it in any way. What sort of consideration could we give to a situation like that?
That's certainly an option that we can consider as part of an amnesty program, that purchasers of existing problems might have some additional flexibility through an amnesty program. Typically all of that would be disclosed or discovered during the escrow period, but it really, as you know, isn't always. And so I do believe staff is sensitive to that issue.
Okay, thank you.
If I could add to that too, we already have this situation come up pretty frequently, and when the property comes in and realizes that the ADU wasn't permitted, then the building department works with them, so they often don't charge after the fact fees because they can show, when they purchased it and that it was a recent purchase. So we have a little bit of that happening already that isn't, formalized as an amnesty program, but it's a work with us program.
Okay, great. Good to know.
And just to add to that, I mean, there's no penalty necessarily. Is there a penalty in place if that property owner is coming in after escrow? I mean, or even in Councilmember Tierman's example, what if a property owner who knew they had and the property didn't change hands? What's the situation there? Is there a penalty that they would be imposed upon?
I mean, the building official has the ability to charge after the fact fees. So those penalties, could be double the permit cost. So that's a pretty, substantial penalty that can get applied. It depends on the circumstances, and that, each property is so different in how it evolved that if we had a previous code case on it and they blatantly did it after the fact, then that's going to be something where we said, well, you already knew about this, we had this conversation with you, then we're going to apply the after the fact fees. But if it was, they really didn't know that they were doing something wrong, then it really depends on the circumstances. So we do try and look at it on a case-by-case basis. We're not punitive. That's not our approach.
In our discussion tonight, I guess, I think I maybe strayed on my own.
Oh, sorry. I didn't mean that. But I think that the purpose of what we're actually discussing tonight isn't amnesty specifically on a short-term rental or an ADU. It actually has nothing to do with the question I just asked, right?
Right.
Yeah, okay, sorry.
But that's okay. I think it's important. I think it's important for the community to understand that we really do want to work with property owners to identify. Absolutely. We want these to be safe, habitable units for everyone. I mean, we have, and I bring this up probably at least once every 6 months, that we had a situation where over in Sierra Meadows, someone closed off an area and created an illegal second unit, and Carrie, our code compliance officer at the time, got them to remove that illegal unit and open it back up for the egress that they needed right before the house burned down. And it was the only way that they got out was that access point that got opened up. So we are very sensitive. I mean, I tell all of our new staff this story because someone could have died in that situation of something that was very preventable. So we really do look at it from a life safety perspective of having people work with us.
Thank you. And yep, keep going. Yep.
Yeah, just one more question for now. The public comment that was received, there were quite a few commenters that talked about the issue of aging parents, multi-generational issues, and those comments were submitted in support of the interior access or airlock approach. What are your, Jamie, what are the staff's thoughts on that specific issue as it relates to?
That's, obviously with all codes, there can be pros and cons. That is certainly, to me personally, the biggest concern that I would have with restricting that interior access. And so it's for the multi-generational housing, or even the adult child who would want to go and move out, however, is still living at home, and it allows for them to have a separate private space where they sometimes are eating dinner with the family and sometimes they're entertaining their own friends. So that to me is probably the biggest downside of preventing the interior access.
Okay, thank you. That's all I had for now.
Councilmember Commendatore.
David asked a few of my questions. I guess, although one of the questions I do have, going back to the cats, there are two suggestions. Where does staff feel about those? How do you guys feel about that? Are those reasonable? What are the issues with those two situations?
Yeah, so I'll put those up on the screen. These are the two suggestions you're looking at, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Just want to make sure we're on the same page here. Yeah, so as I said, if it is certainly staff's recommendation to prohibit shared airlocks. That was initially our idea, and we regret it because it, again, perpetuates that interior flow of access between the two spaces, lacks definition between the spaces. However, if the council does support that, both staff and CAT recommend the 80 square foot size restriction on that space. As far as the interior access, they do have some suggestions there. We haven't been able to review this together as staff, as we just received this late this afternoon. and haven't had a chance to speak together about it. So they're up on the screen, and you guys can have that discussion. Sorry to pawn that off on you.
That's fine. That's fine.
Yeah.
I think most of my other questions are more comments, and I think more for deliberation as I work through it.
And sorry, and I just do want to say that we believe that, or I would say that on behalf of staff, I believe that the suggestions made by Kat are moving in a good direction. However, it doesn't resolve the interior access issue or the desire to have long-term housing stock for Truckee versus guest units where interior access would be preferred.
You're good?
Yeah, I'm done.
No
for,
worries. I'm thinking
Well, I'm
about
done
it
for
too.
the moment. It's a lot. Again, it's more, I think I need to, through deliberation, kind of work through board of the questions in my head as we talk it through versus just asking questions right now because I have to do that.
Yeah, all good. Vice Mayor Klostad.
No, I think I'm good for now. I was curious about the existing units as well as people have purchased them, and then trying to find this middle ground here. So I'm good. We'll go into deliberation and go through it.
Jamie, I think
Public comment still, though?
Yeah, and I just have one question, and I think I'm kind of with Tony on this one. I'm sort of working through a lot of it as we go here. So my question is, if this is new construction, the point of even talking about these two things would be to get an increased footprint, an increased square footage at the end of the day. Is that an accurate statement? Because you're going to get more square footage out of a single structure than you might otherwise be allowed?
Not necessarily. You certainly could. However, the interior access restriction would be for ADUs that are existing or for new ADUs to create that solid delineation between the spaces. I wouldn't necessarily, I mean, I think in Truckee, most of our lots are large enough that most people are not running that tightly up against site coverage or floor area ratios.
So I guess my question is why this is even becoming an issue, and what the actual realities of it are. And I know that you pointed it out to us, but if it's going to be considered an ADU, it can't be short-term rented regardless. So I guess I'm just really confused on the downsides, other than the slight fuzziness on, where does the main dwelling start and where does the secondary dwelling end? What else is really the issue? What's the root of this issue that we are trying to get at that has caused seemingly more heartache than is necessary?
So, Jamie, I'll help with this one. Because we did spend some time thinking about that, of what is the root issue here. And I think for the planners, it's the word independent living space. It's that phrase, which is built into our code definition of what a dwelling is. And when the planners have done plan checks over the, all the years that we've been doing these and seeing hundreds of these, potential illegal AD units coming through, and then eventually the ones that have popped up that were illegal, is that distinction between what is the main house and what is the ADU is the issue. So you've got sort of on one side of the argument, we want flexibility, right? We want homeowners to have the choice of how to use that space, whether it's putting family in it or renting it out for long-term tenants, whatever it is, versus sort of maintaining that as an ADU for its purpose, which was an independent living space. So I think at the heart of it, that's really what it is. And sure, the planners are talking in terms of how it's calculated, but by definition, it should be independent.
But so let's say it wasn't called an ADU and somebody wanted to create an independent living facility in their home that didn't have a deed restriction, but I guess what's the point? I mean, why? I don't see why the market isn't dictating this one way or another, I guess. Why, if a homeowner wants to create it and they want to call it an ADU, that will give them some different incentive? Why can't, I mean, what's the difference between what we're creating here versus renting out a room?
So this is so nuanced, which is why, the community's struggling with it, the staff are struggling with it, that, if you're renting out a room, that room comes with access to the house, which is, a common kitchen among all the people using that. When you create a dwelling, it has its own independent cooking facilities and is separate than the other part of the house. So that is what we're talking about, is if you wanted to just rent out a room, great, but you have to provide access to the rest of the house for that person renting the room. If you want to create a completely independent unit, we're going to call it an ADU, unless you're in a multifamily zone.
And the result is the same. So what is our concern with calling it an ADU? Because theoretically, the deed restriction's there already. We don't need to overlay a deed restriction. Theoretically, there's no short-term renting of an ADU after January 1st, 2020. So I guess I just don't see the nuance in the way that you guys are, maybe, because what's...
So from my perspective, again, the town's goals, the state's goals are to increase long-term housing stock.
Yes.
And ADUs are a great way to provide a rental opportunity, or for the homeowners to live in the ADU and rent out the larger main dwelling. And so the defining feature with the ADU versus just additional living space is the creation of the kitchen. And by having a separate kitchen, that's what kicks in the ADU requirements.
Totally get that.
Okay, sorry.
So what's the problem then? So why, if we're creating this, why is it such an issue? Is it just that the door shouldn't be shared and there has to be a separate entrance? Is that really it?
I think, there are also incentives built into it that's not given to standalone single-family residential units.
And so are we worried about enforcement?
So you have, potentially, you have reduced setbacks, 4-foot setbacks that we're trying to incentivize homeowners to build homes, even if they're on a constrained lot, so that they would give it to potentially rent it out. But if they could potentially game the system. We're not saying that everyone's doing something bad out there, but there is the potential with any code requirement we put out there that somebody says, this is an ADU, we need that 4-foot side yard setback. This is not allowed for single family, but because it's an ADU, we'll allow it. We'll go beyond our site coverage requirements. We'll do an 800 square foot second unit. But in the end, they don't actually rent it out. They instead use it as a luxury guest suite for their friends, or just as a den or a recreational room for themselves.
So is that staff's argument? I guess what I'm trying to understand is what exactly is the purpose of restricting it? And is that what you just said, Yumi? That's the issue?
I think that's a component of it. I think Danielle's point that we are trying to actually create regulation that we can review and control to some extent without having to go into people's homes and look at how they're using the.
And so the policy question really is do we really think that is the likelihood that people are going to game the system higher than the likelihood that we might actually create 1 or 2 more units at some point? Is that basically the premise of what you're asking us?
I haven't been privy to all of the conversations amongst the short-term rental, the ADU team, but I don't think that that's the only issue.
So I want to know what the issues are. Give me the pros and cons, straight.
Yeah, certainly if we were just looking to provide additional living space within a house, we wouldn't be providing all of these incentives that are listed here and offered by the state as well. We, as town staff, we don't have the discretion to say, oh, but we think this looks like you're actually going to use it as a guest suite. So therefore, you can't have reduced setbacks, or you don't get additional site coverage, or all these programs and resources that are already being offered to ADU owners and more to come. We wouldn't have the discretion to say, but you're not actually going to be long-term renting it. Some of the things we do have, like a 10-year deed restriction for the town loans for ADUs. But other than that, there really aren't ways for us to ensure that all of these incentives that are in place are being used for the purpose of allowing ADUs.
Can I chime in? I'll try to answer your question. I know we're all trying to explain ourselves. I think there's a number of different concerns. There's the one that we talked about that's sort of technical in nature. It's the way we currently define a single-family dwelling, which if interior access is allowed, that does not work. That's inconsistent with our definition of having a home with 2 kitchens. So that's just a technical issue. Then there's the second technical issue of how we calculate gross floor area. And that relates to if you have interior access within your home, which you would under this scenario, then there isn't a way to calculate between the two. Simply labeling the plan and archiving that in our archives doesn't necessarily get there. We need to either change the definitions that we have in our code, which we could do and talk that through, or we believe there should not be interior access, again, to comply with those 2 sections of our regulation. So that's minutia, that's stuff that's hard for us to convey, but that is 2 of the fundamental issues that we see with this issue. Another issue is from an enforcement standpoint. As staff, we do want people to comply with codes. That being said, we spend an inordinate amount of our time dealing with folks that don't. And in particular, other than maybe trash and signs, ADUs tend to be year on year one of the primary issues that we are dealing with from a code compliance standpoint. So there has historically been a very high level of non-compliance that we've seen with ADUs. Obviously, we're trying to change that trend, and we're trying to encourage people to do this legally and create long-term rental housing. That being said, it is an issue. We deal with lots of illegal ADUs every year. So there is an enforcement side, there's the technical side, and then there really is our understanding of state's intent in really streamlining and steamrolling local jurisdictions to create ADUs. And no doubt that is the correct term. 4-foot side setbacks, we've all heard it, we've all heard the concerns. But that is the direction that our state legislation is giving us. And what we are doing is everything that we think is appropriate to ensure that the units that do get created that are 4 feet from someone's property, that are, potentially 1,200 square feet or 850 square feet, depending on lot size, that those are intended and used as long-term housing. So when we read the state legislation that says independent, we interpret that to mean that they should be independent, just like multifamily housing is when you have an apartment complex without demising walls or without interior access. So certainly that is our interpretation. We do understand that there are alternatives. There are things like locked doors and other possibilities, but when we read the intent of the language and we look at all the other issues that we've run into with ADUs, we believe that the best way to ensure that these are used as they're intended is to require, or I should say prohibit, interior access and/or airlocks.
Thank you. That was very clear, and I appreciate that, Jenna.
Can I ask a follow-up question to that?
Yeah, let me get one, and then because it's on that too. So on the enforcement front that you just mentioned, I assume we're talking about illegal use of ADUs, and moving forward, we now have a system to deal with that. As of January 1st, as of all of the work we've been doing, we now have very clear guidelines on how we will be enforcing ADUs. And let's just say this scenario surfaces. It's, whether it's done legal or if it's done illegally, it's going to get tagged no matter what. Let's say it's done legally and the unit is being deemed as a short-term rental. We now have a system to deal with that. So are there other enforcement issues that you're referring to that will not be addressed by all of the work that we've currently done up to today?
You're talking about the short-term rental ordinance, or
I'm talking about
other,
you
or new
basically
code
gave
changes?
me as one of the issues with ADUs was enforcement.
Sure.
I'm just digging a little deeper on that.
Sure. Typically, it's just illegal construction and/or occupation of ADUs. It's things like life safety, access and egress, lack of proper fire suppression.
But this wouldn't really have any impact on that, one way or the other.
Whether or not we allow interior access, unknown. I would say this is a much more flying under the radar type of issue, where whether someone has, they get their building permit plans approved with a solid wall, and then after the inspector signs off, they come in and put in a door, very common that we see after the fact changes. It would be very hard, I think, for us to detect those type of changes. They would likely only occur through a complaint versus a, illegally constructed ADU that one day shows up on someone's property. Those are much more easy for us to obviously respond to.
Tony, go ahead.
So my clarifying question is, can we go back to the CAT to their requests or suggestions? One of them, there we go. Okay. Number 2, it said at the bottom, where new ADUs construction does not use any state mandated or locally permitted deviations for ADUs. Is that even possible?
It could. There could be someone that builds an ADU without relying on any of the steamroll options that the state has handed us. It's possible.
And then they could short-term rent at the same time, or no?
If it's a newly constructed unit post January 1st, they would not be able to short-term rent as per the state's legislation.
But, okay. But all the incentives to try and get more ADUs by the state and what we are doing, I get the issues a little, they seem differently than if someone just wants to do it a traditional way. So particularly for the 2 topics we're talking about here, not short-term rentals, but the interior access or the airlock entry, and they followed number 2 version on there, where they did not have the setbacks, were standard setbacks. They did not, whatever deviations they had, they didn't do any deviations. They just followed standard building, and it still fit within the square footage and whatever else might be, if it's even possible to get to that point. That's the question. I'm trying to dig in a little bit more with the CAT, as well as also, is that even possible? That's what I'm not sure I understand. Is this being driven by state to do these things with incentives, but if you don't take the incentives, do you have to do this other stuff? Are you held back on that other stuff? Can I follow what I'm saying?
Held back on
if you don't take the bait, in a sense, do I have to do these other things? If I don't want that option, if I don't want the incentives, I don't want to get the rebate, I don't want to get whatever the thing is being offered, I just want to do my ADU the way I want to do it within standard code. Is that even possible to do? I'm trying to, I guess.
Yeah, but you still can short-term rent it.
I don't care with the short-term rental. I'm still trying to stick to the 2 parts we're talking about right here, with the airlock entry and the interior access. Would it matter? Because it's my house, it's my property, right? And I'm not taking in the incentives. Why couldn't I do that then?
Why couldn't you
add an ADU without any deviations that the state has offered, and it still fits our standard code today, or 2019. I don't care when it was. We see I'm going with that. I'm trying to, is it even possible?
Kind of.
Well, if you think about the,
sorry,
what did it say, Jamie, in the tunnel example that she had? So sometimes property owners will build that, as a house first and then convert either the top floor or the bottom floor to an ADU, and they're already constructed outside of all their setbacks. They're not asking for new site coverage. It completely complies. The issue for us was just how do you define that space as an independent living space? And so I've seen scenarios like this where they just add a little bit of an addition so that there's two separate points of entry for that property owner. It works fine. And there's no incentives, and it completely complies with all the code requirements.
And would they still be allowed to do that? Right now, yes. If we change the code, no.
If we change the code to allow them to have the shared...
To disallow. That's what you're recommending.
Well, it's not allowed right now. I mean, the way the code is worded right now, you cannot have the shared access between the two spaces.
Was that your question, Tony?
Well, I don't know.
I think you just answered it.
It is complicated. I'm in my head, I'm trying to work through the questions that... When it comes from the state of California, whatever comes from the state of California is for areas that are the biggest, largest populations, and they have a different set of problems than we have up here. And so how everything is built, how everything is done, how everything is handled is different in Sacramento or Los Angeles or the Bay Area than it is up here because they have a totally different set of issues. We are in a tourist community that has developed into what it has become today, and people have moved along, and I'm just trying to get, how do you fit inside their box but still address our community's issues? And not just because the state of California says you have to do it, the blanket statement doesn't necessarily fit for us, so that's what I'm trying to work within. And I think that's what a lot of the comments were from, so that's what I'm trying to find out options. What can we really push?
And I guess was there a question that you wanted answered? I didn't think. That's all right. And I didn't mean to cut you off or interrupt you. I thought that's where you were headed. You've given it to us before. 70% of the homes in Truckee are single-family residents, right? What was that number?
84.
84%. Okay. Thank you. Go. Yeah. Just speak up if you have a question at this point.
Follow up for Jenna, Jamie, Danielle, whoever wants to take this. So understanding the state, the reasoning behind the state regulation to incentivize ADUs to help create more housing in our state, understand that. If you take an ADU that is completely compliant, independent unit with a separate exterior entry, and you compare that next to an ADU that is also independent, its own kitchen, completely independent, however accessed from an airlock, a common airlock, why would one unit have an advantage over another in terms of its intended use for long-term rental? What distinguishes one as having an advantage in being considered a long-term rental versus the other? That may be a philosophical question, but I wanted to get that out there because I'm struggling to understand why one would necessarily be used the way it's intended in a pure way versus the other that maybe is accessed through an airlock. Anyway.
Yes, that's exactly the question I've been trying to ask for 20 minutes, so thank you.
From my perspective, I think it goes back to the point that we have on this slide where when there is that solid interior wall, there is not intention between the main dwelling and the residents of the ADU to be consistently interacting. And so it leads itself to be more of a long-term rental. Whereas when there is that interior access, it's less likely to be a long-term rental.
But that's essentially a theory, though, right? I mean, somebody who, anyway.
It's theory, but it's also based on a whole bunch of years of experience of speaking with property owners who are proposing ADUs and why they want to maintain interior access when we say you need to install a solid wall. And they say, oh, but my friends are going to be using this space. So it is from a lot of experience, but yes, it's also theory.
So I'll follow up on that question. So why is why is going to the airlock entry, if you have a single airlock entry with one door in the front, you walk in, you have two entrances into two separate units at that point, how is that any different than, say, maybe in an apartment complex that has an interior entrance? You go in through a door and you have rows of down the hall of apartments that you have to do from the entering from the inside. Why is that different?
Just a word.
Well, I mean, most of the time in an apartment complex, you don't know the people that live next to you. So they're not going to want to come over into your space, or you're not going to have the chance that those two apartments get combined into one common use.
Well, and again, going back to the technical issue, in multifamily zoning, you're allowed to have multiple kitchens in your units. In single-family zoning, and that's what we're talking about, at least with respect to ADUs in single-family homes, because we now know they're also allowed in multifamily, it conflicts with our definition of a single-family home, which allows only one full kitchen.
Well, no, but I guess I think what Danielle, you said, although I don't know, when I lived in an apartment in college, I don't think that was true, but we all went across everywhere. Anyways, but I think generally speaking, I don't know. I don't think that's, I mean, if it's an apartment, whether it be two units of an apartment with one entry into a common lobby or whatever it might be, that to me it's the same, whether it's residential or multi-family. I don't see a big difference in that. I just lost for you. This is what you said.
It's just a zoning difference. It's a multifamily versus single.
It's multifamily versus single family, which have different regulations in place. So again, hearing that there's some, you're not necessarily buying the arguments that we're selling right now. There's certainly,
Did you get that?
I kind of got it. I think there's options out there. We could change our code. We could explore some of the ideas that Kat has put forward. We received that email this afternoon, really didn't have much time to discuss it and flesh it out. Again, I think what we're trying to say is that there's a fundamental issue with our zoning ordinance, or what we call the development code. There's the enforcement issues, which, those of us that are in the weeds of this day in and day out, we see it. You guys might not see it. Kat may not see it. We deal with it day in and day out. It's a life safety issue. So it's something that we're trying to make sure, like Danielle said earlier, that these units, whether they're a guest suite or, permanent long-term housing, that they're safe and that they're inspected and that they meet all of our building codes. And then the last, again, is just that we believe it's appropriate to have a separate independent unit, again, consistent with the way we interpret state law. So that's really what it boils down to. It's ultimately your discretion and how the four of you want to go this evening, and we will follow suit with whatever direction you give us.
And I have one last question before we take a break, and maybe others. So regardless of so going back to the double entry, the shared entry or the shared door scenario. Wow, that was really fast, Jamie. Yes. So so if you go into a shared door scenario with a double door that is dual locking, there still has to be an alternative entrance, correct? Are we eliminating that second entrance, or does that alternative entrance, are we basically saying they don't have to have an alternative entrance if there is a shared entrance?
I believe, and Jamie, correct me if I'm wrong, state law mandates that there's an exterior access into the ADU.
That's, I was just concerned with what the story that Danielle told. So we're not in that situation. This is not pertaining to that situation.
Yeah, Danielle's situation was illegal construction.
Thank you. Anybody have any final questions before we take a quick break? No? Okay, let's take a break. Let's reconvene at 7:30 with public comment. Thank you. Okay, we are back in session. We're on agenda item 7.1, and it is time for public comment. We're going to experiment with a slightly new public comment method of voice reading of text by the iPad or Siri or something.
Good evening. I am texting
Siri.
regarding agenda item 7.1, and specifically short-term rentals of ADUs. I was taken aback when I watched the planning commissioners discuss allowing people who illegally built unpermitted units to further be rewarded by allowing them to VRBO or Airbnb their unit. I implore you not to award those in our community who illegally build ADUs. How is this fair to those of us who hire
Thank you. Not sure I heard her name, but thank you, whoever that was.
I did not hear a name.
Thank you, Siri. What makes it easy now.
.1. Dear Council, I believe the Planning Commission was misguided in recommending that you consider retroactively permitting illegally constructed ADUs for the purposes of allowing short-term rental activity to continue. Please remember that the state law which forbids recently permitted ADUs from being used as short-term rentals was passed with the intent to unlock a relatively affordable and high-demand housing type to provide much-needed housing in our community. I have personally been searching for an affordable studio/1BR apartment in Truckee for months now to transition out of my current shared living situation. Options are incredibly sparse, competitive, and expensive. Expanded availability of ADUs for rent long-term would help alleviate the near impossibility of finding housing for myself and so many others like me in this community. The consequences of retroactively permitting illegally constructed ADUs are twofold. 1. Our community loses out on valuable opportunities to make available much-needed housing in our community. And 2. Property owners who chose to illegally skirt public safety and welfare regulations are rewarded with the ability to continue generating personal profits from offering expanded tourism amenities which, arguably, is not a current community need. I understand the desire to protect any locals who rely on short-term renting a portion of their home to offset the price of a mortgage. But please remember that a long-term tenant can also provide a consistent and lucrative source of supplementary income. I believe the town of Truckee is also offering additional financial incentives for anyone who signs an agreement to rent their ADU long-term into the future. You have a responsibility to make affordable housing a priority in our community, and your decision should be clear. A decision to retroactively permit illegally constructed ADUs to allow for continued short-term rentals is a decision to reward illegal activity and to limit our community's ability to provide much-needed housing for hardworking locals. Please align your decision with upholding our shared community value of providing much-needed housing for all members of our community.
Again, there was no name, but that was a different phone number.
Charlene Gamay. I'm speaking about item 7.1. I believe that we need to encourage the building of ADUs, and by being more restrictive, that will be discouraging some builders and possibly people that want to remodel and convert an existing property to an ADU. I believe connecting and lockable doors between an ADU is a great idea and actually works well with a lot of the floor plans that we already have existing here. So I am for lockable doors between units, and hope that you will consider that and make it less restrictive. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, my name is Allie Fry, and this is regarding agenda item 7.1, which has to do with access to ADU units. And I'm calling because I would strongly like to advocate for shared entry and or lockable doors between the primary and the ADU. As the previous owner of an ADU, the design of my home did not readily facilitate being able to construct a completely separate entry. I wanted to construct an ADU, both because it would be great for rental income, but also because as a business owner, I know how challenging it is to find affordable housing in town. And ADUs are just a win-win. The design of the street side of my home and the existing close proximity to the side property easements left few options for access to my house. So sharing an entry with two lockable doors, one to my primary residence and one to the ADU, worked perfectly. Even with the shared access, I know my tenant still felt like their ADU was their own private, secure home. And I think we both enjoyed the occasional hello that happened just because we saw each other as we came and went. I know a lot of people like short-term rentals, but there are those of us who still strongly prefer having a long-term tenant. It's consistent, it's non-seasonal, and if you're lucky, they'll even help you with shoveling the snow. So please make this something that happens in our town. Thanks so much. Bye.
Thanks, Allie.
Mayor Pallavi and council members, this is Valerie Brinker, and I'm commenting on agenda item 7.1. I'm a member of CAT's Affordable Workforce Housing Solutions Group and also a director of Tahoe Sierra Board of Realtors. I do want to echo all that CAT says in its public comment letter, and I also want to encourage you not to be too limiting on the size of an airlock entry as to exclude a single-story stairway, a two-story stairway or a landing with a mudroom. So hopefully whatever, if there is an imposition, it does allow for that. I also want to point out that there are separate parcels with separate ownership that exist in condos on Donner Lake Village, and between some of these units, there is still separation with double locking doors. This doesn't seem to prohibit the assessor from identifying the square footage of each of these units, so I would assume that it would not prohibit the town of Truckee from figuring out square footage between an ADU and the main dwelling unit. Also want to let you know that as a realtor, I have the opportunity to see many homes in Truckee, perhaps more than building inspectors, and I see quite a few things. One is that I'm not seeing two kitchens in a home that function solely as a single family. If there is a kitchen, it's in an ADU, whether it's illegal or not. I also have seen ADUs, and whether they are permitted or unpermitted, they function quite well with a shared airlock or a shared laundry room, oftentimes direct access into a garage. And they look just like a regular single-family home and don't seem to affect the character of a neighborhood. So thus I feel that having the option of a shared airlock entry or adjoining doors does have less of an impact on the look and feel of the neighborhood. I also see a lot of homes in my day-to-day work that would convert quite easily if there was a shared airlock entry to be allowed, or a connecting door to a room such as a laundry room or other shared area such as storage, garage, etc. And I've also had several clients who have expressed interest in getting a home that lends itself well to creating an ADU out of this existing space. So I do encourage you to allow these in the development code. We need to do all that we can in order to encourage homeowners to be part of this solution. Thank you very much. Hello,
Good evening, Mayor Pallavi and council members. This is Pat Davison with the Contractors Association. I'm calling about agenda item 7.1. We're here tonight because the topic of ADUs is such an important part of the overall housing picture. CAT strongly supports your decision tonight to provide flexibility or options for homeowners. We have to be sensitive to the needs of homeowners because they are the ones to take out the loan and change their lifestyle to create an ADU. CAT supports an 80 square foot shared entryway or lobby between the main dwelling and ADU. This shared entryway is not taken out of the ADU floor space. It is counted as part of the main dwelling unit. The shared entryway can be an energy conservation measure, second exit for safety, and much appreciated convenience feature for the tenant who doesn't have a laundry room or storage area in the ADU. We appreciate staff offering the 80 square foot limit on the shared entryway and hope you can accept that as a compromise, again, because it gives a homeowner some flexibility in how they design their ADU. The second topic of importance is the lockable door option. We are very sensitive to staff concerns about calculation problems and lack of separation between units. Stronger language could be added to the development code to clarify that a main dwelling unit cannot have two kitchens, and the plan set clearly delineates the difference between the two units. One way to reach a middle ground is to allow a lockable door option contingent on the state mandated or locally permitted deviations used by the ADU. If no deviations are used, like when an existing ADU is carved out of, or when a new ADU is carved out of the existing single-family residence, then a lockable door is okay. We think that is a great first step to test homeowner reaction. If homeowners are okay with this, then we will see ADUs get built. It's our collective responsibility to find ways to make ADUs happen. Housing shortages mean employers can't keep good employees, commuters are still driving back and forth to work, and our kids can't come back to Truckee to live as they start their own careers and families. Please support the shared entryway and lockable door options for homeowners who will be looking at ADUs and deciding whether the trouble is worth the effort. We want them to say yes, and we hope you say yes too. Thanks for listening.
Thanks, Pat. And Valerie before that.
I think that is all for this item. Thank you.
Thanks, Judy. Closing public comments. Let's bring it back for deliberation. Jenna helped us with that already, so thank you. Let's just do this in three parts. We'll do the first part, the development standards, just get anybody's comments on the table for that. We'll link up the interior access and the shared airlocks and any other aspect of Jamie's presentation, and then we'll finish with the amnesty program. So any further discussion on the development standard changes? Councilmember Tierman, you had one, I think, right?
Is there a perhaps a slide that would help us? there is a, kind of three very really complicated.
This one together. Yeah.
Okay. All right. So these are the cleanup amendments. I don't recall if I think I had one maybe related or thought related to the plan developments, but that's not what this is, right?
This is.
This is?
No, it is, yep.
Oh, it is, okay.
Yep.
Okay, sorry. Yeah, okay, so this is sort of couched as an interim change. And I guess my feeling about this, or thought about this, and it sort of was prompted by Vice Mayor Klovstadt's questioning of why would we remove these standards. My sort of sense on it is why remove them until we have something else to replace them? We've got, planned developments. This was always sort of put forth as a menu of options, and a developer could sort of select an option, and if they were able to meet that particular option, then they could qualify as a planned development. And I think until we have more clarity on what might replace the LEED Silver standard or the 30% greater energy efficiency than the California codes, my inclination would be to leave that and have maybe the Planning Commission explore what other options there might be to help ensure the intention here, which was the promotion of energy efficiency, more renewable energy, et cetera. And one of the reasons I asked about the LEED for neighborhood development, that is another LEED standard, and this would be something I would ask the Planning Commission to think about, maybe if there was an inclination to replace the LEED Silver. LEED for neighborhood development is more of a holistic look at the whole of a land plan. And it looks at everything from transit stops to bicycle pedestrian access to how water runoff is being dealt with, and I'm thinking that may be a more appropriate standard to consider putting here. In lieu of LEED Silver, or perhaps in addition to. But I think having these options for someone who is purchasing land and plans to do whatever it is, a residential neighborhood or commercial, that standard I think would lend itself well. So that's why I don't necessarily think I'd be prepared here to say, yeah, we should just replace this with that. I think this is worthy of more exploration, and again, my inclination would be to leave those options in until we know what we want to replace them with.
Tony?
Generally speaking, I'm pretty much okay with everything that the Planning Commission recommended. You bring up some good points, and when Anna was bringing up, made me question a few things. To me, removing the LEED Silver, from what you, particularly David, but I think you as well, Anna, have a little more experience in the world of building than I do. But if the LEED Silver is something that's just basically paperwork that doesn't really get anything other than doing paperwork, from what Title 24 kind of comparatively, is that correct? Did I understand when you said that?
Yeah, actually LEED Silver used to be, used to really achieve something above Title 24. When Cal Green Code got adopted, then it kind of equalized with LEED Silver. So now it doesn't really get you much, but we could go LEED Gold or LEED Platinum, and that would get us something.
Okay, so maybe down the road, I totally agree with you, David, that adding it in this case, I'm not really sure keeping it in for the moment really does anything either. I understand not making a change to making a change later on, because it does get confusing, but I can probably go either way. The one part that I do struggle on, and I realize this is planned developments, but anytime you have a higher level of anything, it increases costs. And if we just had a long conversation about ADUs and trying to find more affordable housing, and not that this is specifically towards housing, but in general, every time we add another layer of stuff, it adds costs, which causes housing costs or other building costs to go up, which makes it more difficult to solve the problem we're trying to solve. That's the part I have a hard time with. But
this is a choice. They don't have to do this. They get a special exception. Should they choose to spend more money, then they get something for that.
They get something for it. Okay, right. Thank you for clarifying.
This is not a requirement.
Okay, then I'm good with that. Sounds good.
I think Councilmember Tierman articulated my concerns here very well. I just feel like I'd really like to keep this. If we can't make a change to a LEED Gold or Platinum, or make the exceed the California building code by something less than 30%, if we can't make that change here, then I would rather leave it in and make sure we have that option and we're investigating the next evolution of it, would be my preference for this one.
So to summarize, what I think I'm hearing is just leave it alone and don't remove the 2 sustainability bullets. Or do we want to remove lead silver because it's irrelevant and just leave the 30%?
I wouldn't.
Just leave it. Just leave it all.
There's another option there that,
Okay.
and perhaps then the developer can look at, well, lead silver doesn't really get you anything, but maybe we could do this instead. So leave, and so that allows the developer to really be in control of what they're offering and what their options are in order to achieve this benefit.
Does that work? I guess my only concern is that if we're going to use lead silver as one of the things to get access to a planned development, but that doesn't actually get anything extra done, that's the only reason why I was supporting removing the lead silver, because that shouldn't be a criteria to be able to move into a planned development, right? That's not doing anything. I agree with you guys, leave the 30% greater bullet, but go ahead with removing lead silver.
But that's why I was asking, is it possible to just say lead gold?
Yes, you can do that tonight. We were proposing maybe we could do some research, but if you have some background knowledge that staff doesn't have at this moment, I think you can definitely do lead gold or lead platinum.
Or lead neighborhood.
Yes.
Yeah, lead platinum would be more in alignment with the 30% greater than the building code. The gold would be somewhere in between.
So I guess the question is, do we want to leave it in there and change the word silver to gold? And add potentially lead neighborhood.
Yeah.
Do we want to go that far right now, or do we want it to go back to the planning commission and go through a 4 to 6 month process, or should we just do that now?
No,
I'm okay with doing it now.
I'm okay changing it now to gold, but I also would welcome additional research down the road.
And I think
kind of
that's
both.
baked in as part of our climate action plan, that we will be looking at what specifically is going to benefit our community, because our community is very unique and it does not necessarily, energy savings on our structures do not necessarily equate to energy savings in other regions. So I think further investigation is absolutely critical on this.
Okay.
Agreed.
So to summarize, go ahead. I was just going to summarize it, but go ahead.
Okay, just one last really quick question. I think I meant to ask this before. The Planning Commission's recommendation to remove transit shelters as a specific example, what was the thought behind that, and why would they sort of drill down on that particular item?
They didn't want to keep it as a specific in that list of public amenities. They were concerned that that's just too easy of a standard to reach.
Okay, so it doesn't mean that a planned development couldn't still propose a transit shelter.
That's correct.
I mean, someone could still do one. Mm-hmm. And by the way, they're not inexpensive.
I think the one that came into mind was the grocery outlet one, where it was a built-in one into the architecture.
Okay.
Felt to them, I don't know if this is true, like just a bench.
Yeah, but the freestanding ones, I know from experience, can be pretty pricey. So, okay, thank you.
Okay, so to move on from this slide, so we are changing what is on this slide to retain the 2 bullets and replace the word silver with gold, right? Everybody's good. Somebody's going to help us summarize that. Great. Done. Okay. Next, moving on. ADUs.
Actually, I have one other quick question that I apologize I missed on the cleanup ones. There was one for greenhouses where we're eliminating, so there's giving very specific square footages allowed based on the size of the parcel and the dwelling. And then we're eliminating the construction of a larger greenhouse may be permissible subject to approval of a minor use permit. Why was that? Why would we eliminate that option?
So we're proposing to get rid of the minor use permit option for all accessory structures. It's kind of
weird process, and it has no real limit to what can be approved. So someone can ask for a 10,000 square foot greenhouse if they wanted. There is already a standard size limit for greenhouses in the accessory structure section, and Planning Commission felt that they did have a discussion about that and felt that size was sufficient for what most people would want to do for a greenhouse.
And so I think they're absolutely correct in what most people would want to do for a greenhouse. I personally would like to encourage more cultivation in our area, and in our area it has to be done with a greenhouse. And I think there's a great carbon footprint reduction opportunity by having greenhouses in our community and being able to supply locally grown produce to our community with minimal carbon footprint. So I just would like to have that be an option. Now, it sounds like this is really specifically for residential areas, so there's probably another exception for a commercial zone and other areas, but it's just something that caught my eye because I know we are trying to encourage locally grown fruits and vegetables.
So one option that I brought up with the commission was we could look at changing the percentage, because right now you can have up to 500 square feet on a parcel less than or equal to a half an acre in size, and 25% of the size of the dwelling on parcels that are greater than half an acre. So rather than allowing the minor use permit, which is sort of
whatever,
has no parameters, we could change that if you think a different size would be appropriate for the maximum size based on the parcel. If you think that, 25% of the dwelling, or maybe,
because I think 25% of the dwelling unit is absolutely appropriate if it's going to just be to produce fruits and vegetables for that dwelling unit.
Yeah.
I'm looking at somebody who wants to grow lettuce for Truckee,
Gotcha.
And sell it at the farmer's market. And why not allow that on a residential
So I think that would fall under a commercial greenhouse, which would not be under this section.
Under this code.
Yeah, because that would be a use they would be producing. It would be.
But is that allowed on a residential lot?
I'm not sure. I'd have to look and see what our rural residential parcels allowed. I'm not sure on a regular residential parcel if you can do commercial greenhouses, but it looks like Yumi's flipping to check that.
Okay, we can pause while we wait for that, or go on to something
What page is that on?
else. Sorry. Page 320 of 793.
Okay.
Chairman.
Thank you.
And if somebody else has other questions while Yumi looks at that, that's fine. It's not a deal breaker for me, but, just trying to keep our options open in our community, given our restriction of food sources.
Support the Tahoe Food Hub. We'll move on. Well, they look for that. Is that okay? And we can come back to that and get that answered. So let's, and your question is basically just pertaining to, is a commercial greenhouse allowed on a residential zoned lot? Mm-hmm. I don't think it would be, but anything commercial wouldn't be possible on a residential zone lot.
I don't believe it is. I'm trying to look up we don't have something specific about a commercial greenhouse, but crop production is not allowed within a residential lot, even a rural residential lot.
Okay, yeah, and then in that case, if we're just looking at a greenhouse for that single dwelling unit, I think the 25% is appropriate. So, thank you.
Okay, so development standards, we're wrapping up. We're moving on. ADUs. If anybody would like to start on this one, if you want me to maybe summarize what I think I was hearing during the questioning, which, did I finish? Yeah. Are you telling me to shut up? I can, go ahead. So with all respect for staff, I think that we definitely respect all of the work in the trenches, and that is not what we're questioning. I think the flexibility that the Planning Commission suggested, at least to me, outweighs the inherent risks that were outlined in front of us. And I would be in favor of moving forward with the Planning Commission's recommendations on this, working on that 80 square foot max limit on the airlock. I think that's extremely reasonable. I think having a delineation or some type of note on a plan check, I think those are all extremely reasonable. But I do think I'd rather provide the flexibility and the possibility of creating some opportunity, even if it is in a really esoteric way, rather than restricting that at the end of the day. So, Tony, take it away.
I do respect town staff's thought, and I do see their concerns, and it really is complicated, and it can be complicated when you look at things from a very technical standpoint. But the goal is to try and get more ADUs and be as accommodating and flexible as possible to get there. Even if you don't win every single time, you try and do it to get there as easy as possible and keep the bar as at the appropriate level. In this case, to me, lower in the sense, I agree, 80 square feet for a shared airlock entry is fine. The reasoning from my thought is an airlock entry may not make as much sense in other parts of the state, but up here, some people really like them. They want them in their houses. To build 2 airlock entries starts adding additional costs to it, adding on an ADU. But if you could just go right off of the current or have a shared airlock entry, it's a way to save some money and create an ADU that's a little more affordable and more likely to be built. As far as the shared entry, I don't know. That one's a little. I'm a little more torn on that one. But I think at the end of the day, if I'm going to slide one way, I'm going to slide back to flexibility as well, because there are places that I can't foresee but it could make sense, and I want to have that option. It goes back to the same thing in the greenhouse. Have options, have the ability to allow more ADUs to be created. So that's kind of where I'm landing on, I think, on it for the most part.
Donna?
Well, my usual filter is in play here. I'm looking at carbon footprint, and when we want to add rentable units to our community, utilizing that which is already built is probably the least impactful. And so I think as the Planning Commission identified, and as Kat has stated, I think providing that ability to have the shared door and the shared airlock facilitates the conversion of existing more than it's really going to create a deficit, is just how I see it. I've seen friends that have done this conversion. I know people that have this set up in their house, and it seems to work really well. The critical thing for me is that there is an exterior door. I think that secondary means of egress is absolutely critical. So that's codified in this, and I think that's our best path forward.
I agree, and I'm not sure I have much more to add that hasn't been said already. An ADU, I think maybe it was Jenna or Jamie talked about the essence of an ADU is serving as a separate independent unit. And I think that is underlying all of this. I agree with the separate, having the exterior access, but also agree with the chorus of comments. I thought we had very good quality comments coming in from a number of people in the construction industry, a number of architects who support the flexibility. with access through airlocks, the notion of lockable doors and those kinds of things. So I think we can still have separate independent units by design, and still provide flexibility in how those units are accessed and locked off through the flexibility that we're talking about here tonight. So I thank staff for all of the thought that went into this. This is in many respects, it gets into philosophy as well as code and regulation. So it's a little bit of all of the above in that regard. So tough discussion, good discussion, and good feedback. So I think we're on the same page.
In agreement on that one. Does staff need any further clarification on any of the language? I mean, we're basically, do we need to change language on the fly? What do you need?
Can I just clarify? So on the shared airlock and entryway issue, we're going back to what Planning Commission recommended. Can you see that up on the screen right now? Okay.
Yes.
I inserted in there the not to exceed 80 square feet. We've discussed that, and staff supported, or Kat supported that as well. I'm not sure if I heard clear direction from council on where the four of you land.
Yeah, I think we were all comfortable with that.
Yeah.
Okay, and then just to go back on the interior access restriction, are we looking at going back to the language that Planning Commission proposed in this slide here? Hopefully you can all see it.
Yes.
And are there any other changes that you would want to make, either anything that Kat proposed or anything that's on your mind?
The double locking door, is that included on
Tenant of the ADU shall be able to lock the shared door. Does it need to be a double door? That's
what Kat had proposed, but
right.
As long as it's lockable from both sides, I think that's the intent.
Yeah.
Right. Is that possible? You'd have to have
two deadbolts.
You have two deadbolts.
Yeah.
Either that or you do double doors or double locking doors. Right?
Okay.
One way or another to get the same effect.
It's kind of like a connecting room in a hotel.
Exactly. And then just one more point of clarification I don't have a slide for this one, I apologize, but for the junior accessory dwelling units, the shared airlock entryway as an additional option, I assume we're looking at adding that back into the JADU section as well, not just into the standard ADUs. We want to have.
Yes, for me.
Yes.
Clarify.
Yeah.
Okay. So other than any other issues that you guys had with the other points, I think the amnesty topic
is our last one. Yep. We'll do that one next. Anybody? I mean, I think it's fit. Can you go to that slide? Oh, there it is. Sorry, it's just not in front of us. Go ahead.
I'll start.
Yeah, please.
I have an opinion on it.
Yeah, don't make me do it.
Maybe I'll throw out what my thoughts were. So I think when the term amnesty can be big and scary, and I look at it as it should be, we can call it amnesty, but to me it's about getting people into compliance, whether it be for life and safety or whatever other reason we want to do it. We want to bring people out from the dark. I had proposed, or I had mentioned to Andy a few weeks back, and I think this version of it, after talking it through, still sounds pretty good. And then I talked to Danielle, and she said something, and I think I could be probably on board with adding this little piece into it. But to me, for whatever reason, and I don't know how many real number we're talking about here, but part of the problem is we're in this situation because for whatever reason, if there were illegal ADUs, and particularly in this case that are part of the TOT program, then we had an opportunity, but we decided not to pursue it for whatever reason. And so I'll kind of focus on those for a quick second. So anything that's been involved has been part of the TOT program and paying into the TOT by collecting the tax. And they are not legal. They're currently illegal. my thought is yeah, it's still on that owner for whatever reason. No judgment. It is what it is. We're here. Why not create we'll call it an amnesty since we're using that word, a simple program where they have X number of months, and it can be 3 months, it could be 6 months, it could be some number of months, to basically file, and we can create a process, a permitting process to that I am going to upgrade my ADU to meet the standards of today's codes, or 2019 codes, or whatever we would say. And then they have 1 year to comply. If they miss either of those two things, then they lose their ability to have a short-term rental. That gives them the opportunity for that small window, for that small number of people who were trying to at least do something above board by being part of the TOT. So that's kind of where I think it's about kind of a bit of a, I don't want to say fairness, because it's not fair to those who've been above board the entire time, but there's reasons why maybe, and I'll kind of go down a big national debate we've had, and it doesn't matter where anyone falls on it, but everyone understands the debate on how do you handle illegal immigration. Do you send them all back, or do you allow amnesty and everyone in, or do you find something in the middle? And there's arguments all over the place, and everyone has a different opinion. And I kind of, even though this is not nearly as big as that, this is something similar in the same sense of the structure of the argument. You have people who were, for some reason, here in the shadows, and we want to bring them into the light and not worry about why they're there, and let's just try and get them. And it might bring, it doesn't incentivize it. And those who don't participate, then they turn into the potential of an ADU for a long-term rental anyways down the road, some other point in time. So if we don't do that, they're just going to stay in the shadows probably anyways. That's kind of my thinking of trying to be a fair, short, narrow window of time to jump on, or you're not.
Vice Mayor Klostad.
This is a tough one. I absolutely agree. We want to bring them up to current code. That to me is the one absolute that I want to find a path towards. Connecting it to allowing them to do short-term rentals, I'm not 100% convinced on. But I do want to find a way to incentivize everybody in our community to make sure their residents and especially anything that they are renting out, short-term, long-term, whatever, is safe. So that's the only absolute that I have here. Everything else, I think we need to find ways to be true to what we're trying to accomplish, which is longer term renting, but not penalize the people that had things built 15 years ago and never got it permitted, and now the house has changed. There's just so many of those circumstances. We've got to find that middle ground.
I think I'm probably in the same spot as Tony and Anna on this, or maybe somewhere in between. But I think the one I think important driver to an amnesty program again would be to bring units that are not legal up to current codes for safety reasons and so forth. Was there, refresh my memory, was there a planning commission recommendation on this issue? And what was that again?
This is the recommendation, and it was more specifically to short-term rentals.
Okay.
So the planning commission is saying, they're basically saying to allow an existing ADU, an existing illegal ADU, to have some sort of timeline to come into compliance and still be able to short-term rent.
Okay.
But can we even do that? Because that permit would be pulled after January 1st, 2020. So is that even possible, I guess?
Andy's got an answer.
Yeah. Okay, there you go.
So the law does not specifically address existing illegal units, just not really contemplated. So if you think that the right thing to do for the community is to allow units that we think were clearly existing before the law, allow those to be short-term rented, notwithstanding the fact that they have only been permitted after the law, I think we can probably do that, because I think it's consistent with the intent of the law if you think that's the best way to serve the community. I'm not particularly worried about a challenge on that front.
I also want to add, if I may, regarding the amnesty program. When Planning Commission made this recommendation, staff had not spent much time researching or reviewing what other jurisdictions are doing by way of an amnesty program. So this was their first shot at a recommendation. And again, we're looking for some just real general direction on whether you believe staff should pursue investigating this and then come back to planning or to town council for additional recommendations and direction.
Yeah, thank you, Jamie, for that clarification. Oh, are you still talking? No, okay. Sorry, I saw you talking up on the other screen. I guess there's a delay there. Yeah, I for one would favor delving into this more with additional research. I mean, we're not necessarily having to make this decision tonight. But I do continue to agree that bringing illegal units, or at least affording that opportunity for owners of illegal units to come forward and bring them to current codes and standards, would be a good thing. Because if they don't, they may continue to rent them out as short-term rentals anyway, with potential safety, life safety issues.
Except that we're not going to give them a license to do that.
What do you mean? I thought,
as of January 1st, you need to prove.
I thought we just heard that
only if we create the amnesty program, as it stands right now.
Right.
And correct me if I'm wrong. As it stands right now, our short-term rental program goes in place on January 1st, and all of these illegal whatever units, I don't care what we call them, will not be able to get a short-term rental license
unless we do
unless we do something.
Right? That's what we're
right. But discussing. I didn't hear. I guess you skipped that part.
Well, no. The underlying premise here is that we're talking about an amnesty program, and I would favor having staff research that and come back with a recommendation.
And I think it bears mentioning that because this would be something that would be aimed at getting illegally constructed units to be legal and brought up to current code, I think you could probably make the findings to adopt that as an urgency ordinance, so you wouldn't have to have 2 readings plus 30 days. You could probably do it quite quickly to protect the public health and safety, if that's the direction you decide to go.
Yeah, because part of the reason why we were bringing this to you now is because we're rolling out the permit program for our STRs. And so we wanted to know, with these ones that we have identified by doing this work in the background, what should we do with these units? Do we want to issue them a permit or no?
So let me chime in, and we can see if we can get anywhere. I disagree. I don't think we should be pursuing this at all, because the point of everything that we're trying to do is create legal short-term rental units, understand where they are and how they're being used, and create other additional housing options with our existing housing stock. So certainly, while I feel bad for, the reality is we have no idea how many this affects, right? So it's challenging to make that without that data, but we're never going to know what that data is because those people aren't going to come forward. So we're not ever going to have the data. And I would simply make the point that, hey, they had a good run. Everything was great. They were able to do what they wanted to do for however long they were willing to do it. And now they can't. And so they can choose a different path. And we've created as much flexibility as possible for them to create that path. And we should allow them to move forward and create the path without a penalty. I mean, they'll just be subject to whatever the same policies that we have in the building department when you come in to permit a unit. I kind of go to a couple of the public comments we got, which was for the people who are actually spending money and going through the process and doing things right. I mean, I feel for the people that are going to lose that, but I also say, well, we're not cutting them off from anything. They can still improve their unit and they can long-term rent it, and they might make more, they might make less. Maybe it doesn't work for them. Maybe they sell the property and buy a property with a legal short-term rental unit. I don't know. That's not our job, but I don't think creating this kind of program gets us any closer to the goals that we're trying to create. And to me, it's a reward for doing something wrong for however many years you did it wrong. Now we're going to give you a reward for doing it wrong and let you to continue to impact our housing crisis. That doesn't sit well with me, personally. But you have all said opposite of what I said. So currently,
well, yeah. I mean, I think anytime it affects one person, it needs to be considered. I don't care the numbers to one person or 13 people or whatever number it affects. If it affects someone, we should at least needs to have a good understanding, and we need to consider it. So it shouldn't matter the quantity of people that it affects, whether we should talk about it enough, because it doesn't affect enough people. I think there's still going to be people out there who do it in the underground. They're going to use friends and family and have their own little website, and they're going to use it anyway. It already happens today, and that's not just people going to be doing short-term rentals another way. And we'll find it then town staff will find another way to figure out who these people are. So you're always going to have people out there doing it, and like I said, it doesn't. For whatever reason they were doing it, who knows? Maybe it was a misunderstanding. Maybe they thought they were legal. Maybe they bought the house and there was never any information that was clearly given to them to say there's a problem here, that's an illegal unit, and they just have always thought. I don't know what the reasons are, and my solution is not about giving them eternity to get this solved. They'd have to have a really short-term window, and I kept it in a very narrow window because they obviously thought they were doing something right if they were participating in a TOT tax, right? So they thought they were doing something right. Maybe they even thought they were a legal unit. I don't know. But that's why it gives them the opportunity. If they're not participating in a TOT unit, pet taxing, and they're an illegal unit, so that we don't even know about them, well, that's a different story. And I'm much more in agreement with what you're saying, because they're under the radar in two ways. So that's kind of where I'm focusing on that whole piece of it. And again, I'm keeping a very short window. It's not for forever. So you're on board or not.
Let you off the hook. Yeah. Jamie, can you go, or whoever's controlling the slides, can we go back to the slide that says with the direction?
Yeah. Sorry, hold on a second.
I don't know who's controlling the slides or where they are.
While they're pulling up, maybe I can chime in here a little bit. I think the direction that we're seeking is for some indication from the council if you're interested in concepts of an amnesty program. The details of if that includes short-term, maybe it's geared solely towards encouraging long-term rentals and getting some illegal units to come forward, get up to code, become safe, and then they're long-term. There's a variety of different ways that can be formatted. If in general you're interested in any of those pieces, hearing the feedback tonight about individual ideas of what it could look like would help guide our research and be able to come back in, I think Danielle said 3 to 4 months, with some options for you to have this kind of discussion at that point, but we'd have more information for you.
And what I would like to look at, if we're willing to consider it, is we're doing an ADU program, or it's not even an ADU, a program where we are supporting people in renting long-term. We're giving them this $3,000 to do a long-term lease. So again, I'm really motivated trying to find a way to get these units fully up to code. So what if we could consider something where we say, all right, we're going to have an amnesty program. You have to help us with one of the benefits would be help us with our short-term housing problem. You have to rent long-term for a certain number of years, and then you would be opened back up into the short-term rental market. And I bet you a lot of them would just continue renting long-term because I think it's a better option for the homeowner.
And I guess let me clarify. So now that we have this slide in front of us, I'm totally fine with bullet 1, with bullet 2. I'm not fine with bullet 3, and bullet 4 is sort of irrelevant until staff comes back to us anyway. So I don't know if that helps clarify decision from.
I feel like we have sufficient direction that we can get started on this process. And we can create almost maybe like a buffet style amnesty program where council members can potentially pick and choose portions that they believe that the council as a whole supports, and we can move forward with something in that line.
I think I would like to create some clarity on the short-term rental bullet, though. I mean, I think that's important because we're either going to put an urgency ordinance in place or we're not. Mm-hmm. Right? And the purpose of 7.3 is we either have to put an urgency ordinance in place so the illegal ADUs can, because what we're proposing in item 7.3 is to say you have to have a legally permitted unit in order to receive a short-term rental permit. So if we don't provide direction on short-term rentals right now, this issue's not going away. Is that right?
I'll defer to Danielle or Andy.
Yeah, I mean, we're doing the background work right now to figure out who has a legal or illegal unit that already was registered and paying TOT. So either we say, yes, you can keep doing that, or no, you can't.
Right.
But also,
I don't know what the answer is based on what you just discussed.
I seem to recall that the STR ordinance that you adopted says that you don't actually have to, I think, it says you don't have to have an STR permit until April.
Right. But I still think the question of bullet number, I guess it's bullet 4, I apologize. Bullet 4 is still pertinent to this conversation. We have to decide if we are going to allow illegal ADUs to get a permit or not by April. So the direction we provide tonight has to be clear on that point. Right?
Seems, I mean, one answers the other one, I think. And
I do too. So
it may not be quite that black and white. I think what we've heard direction to go develop some alternatives and options for you to look at. And then you may decide after seeing those alternatives and options that you're interested in the idea, or you may decide that you're not. So I'm not sure that you have to make a final decision tonight.
Okay, but we have to make a final decision in at least 30 days to give somebody who's got a financial investment in a certain business model, and whether or not they're paying their mortgage or they're doing this or they're doing that, we can't spring this on them in March and say, hey, sorry, we talked about that for 5 months and now we decided you can't do it and you have 30 days to figure out how you're going to earn $10,000 to pay your mortgage this year.
I think the direction that we've gotten is to bring something back to you as soon as we can. I don't think any of us
have any more meetings.
Well, you have meetings before March, certainly.
Right. December 22nd is our next functional meeting where we are going to get work done.
And we may not have something to you quite that soon, but I would imagine we'd have something to you in January. And if you adopted it immediately, then you'd be...
And I'm fine with that. I'm only pushing back to give clarity to the public. That's my only purpose here. That's why I'm pushing back. And my clarity is I'm not interested in the short-term rental part. I'm all in on the rest of it.
So, I have a question, and I only care because I won't be here in January or February or March or April, for that matter. And neither will David. So, so it sounds good, but we are the group that brought this along. Yeah. So we're kind of losing the ability to finish it off. And although I don't necessarily completely, I agree. Like I said, I agree with what you're saying, Dave, on all that. The only part is, do you even? For those who are registered and paying TOT tax, is that part even acceptable to you? Is that might be something you could consider? And that if we had an amnesty program that allowed, at least they were above board from the very beginning, for whatever reason, they're illegal, they either get on board quickly or they're out. I mean, is that even?
No.
So blows me away.
If I can point back to this screen to show where out of all the TOT properties that are currently registered, we've currently researched approximately 30%. Of that 30%, there are only 13 properties that have a legal permitted ADU. And we don't obviously know how many are short-term renting illegal ADUs. We would have to send out information to property owners to fill out questionnaires, I guess.
Yeah, I mean, my goal is to create more housing within our existing housing stock.
Right, and
plain and simple.
I get it, and then that was my whole point when we started this whole conversation 2 meetings ago, whenever it was. It's like, we're just basically ramming this down based off of law, and my point is, this is affecting people's lives, affecting things that are happening, and the public never got a really fair shot at even having a conversation about it. All I'm trying to do now is like give the ability for those who were playing as best they could, if they thought they were doing it right, the opportunity to make it right. That's all I'm asking.
And I hear you loud and clear, and I guess my response is that I don't necessarily think that they knew all along they had an illegal property that they were short-term renting, and I think that's where we're disagreeing, and that's okay.
I'm not saying that you're wrong. I'm just saying I don't really care what they were thinking. It's either they're trying to at least do something right. Let's give them the opportunity to make it right. That's all I'm saying.
I agree with that. I think that's the purpose of an amnesty program, to bring illegal, non-code compliant issues to light and an opportunity to correct them, especially if someone has had a unit for 20 years, 30 years, whatever it might be.
So in order to move this along, because we at least have two in agreement, and I'm not trying to cut you off, if you want to speak your piece, go for it. But I believe that we have direction to staff to come back with an amnesty program that is a buffet style, as Jamie indicated, to proceed with all those bullets. Is what you two are saying. That's what I'm hearing.
Well, I would rather have it just done now, but I understand that answer.
Well, I'd rather have it done now too, but I think it merits some additional research, and I'd rather have something come back that is well vetted and thought through, and we're lame duck council members, so it'll be a new council who will be taking this up.
Don't call me names.
Okay. Does staff need any further clarification on anything?
I think we're good. So it just moves into the recommendations.
Yeah, we have two recommendations. Yes.
Yeah, this ordinance and the second ordinance, and we have the direction.
Okay, Councilmember Commendatore, you're on board. You ready? I'm going to help you. Do you want help?
Oh, I was sorry. I was thinking about that.
So we're going to introduce Ordinance 2020-09. You're going to read it, but we're going to retain the sustainability goals, and we are going to add lead neighborhood,
So
and
we're
lead
making a
goals.
motion is what we're trying to do
That's
here.
what you're about to do.
I just want to make sure we're
just
all on the
helping
same
you
page.
out. We're splitting it up between you and Councilmember Tierman tonight to give you guys fair access.
So I'll make the motion to introduce ordinance 2020-09 and waive the first reading, to approve 2020 Development Code amendments. I'm going to read it before I say the words.
With changes.
With changes and adopting supporting findings, with the changes to be determined earlier.
Yeah.
And determine the amendments to be exempt from CEQA pursuant to section 15061B3.
Are we doing these together? Would you want action separately for the record? All in?
Either way.
So let's do this one. All in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
I need a second.
Oh, you're right.
I'll second.
Anna. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? No. Good. That motion passes. And hit the second one, Tony. Ordinance 2020-10.
All right, I'll make a motion to introduce ordinance 2020-10 and waive the first reading, to approve 2020 Development Code amendments for accessory dwellings and adopt the supporting findings, and direct staff to complete ADU name change throughout the development code, and determine the amendments to be exempt from CEQA pursuant to section 15061B3.
And then I have the amendments for the airlock entry, the interior access,
With
and
amendments.
the airlock on the JADU.
And do we have a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? No. Motion passes. Okay.
That was 7.1.
That was 1. Yumi, 7.2. 7.2. Just got your head on straight?
We're just speeding along.
Yeah, speeding. That's a good word.
We're here to discuss now the 2020 Affordable Housing in Lieu Fee update and Workforce Housing Ordinance review. So just to give you a quick overview, in lieu fees, affordable housing is required for all residential projects. 15% of residential projects have to be affordable. Non-residential projects that generate more than 7 employees are required to provide affordable housing. And fee payment in lieu of construction of affordable housing is allowed. For small projects, which are 6 parcels or less, the developer can choose whether or not to pay the in lieu fee or build a unit for affordable housing. And large projects, it's at the town's discretion. The review authority determines if an in lieu fee is appropriate, if the applicants request it, or if the affordable housing unit should be constructed. And then payment of the in lieu fee is allowed when a fraction of a housing unit is required by the affordable housing requirements. So if 1.2 units are required, then 20% of an in lieu fee is allowed to be paid to meet that 0.2 requirement. So in 2017, the town council embarked on a nexus study to determine what the appropriate affordable housing in lieu fee would be from 2017 on. With BAE's help, our consultant, we based the in lieu fee amount on the anticipated subsidy the town of Truckee may provide to future projects. So we determined that 20% was a goal that the town would want to help subsidize affordable housing projects in the future. And based off of the average cost of construction of 1 unit, which is approximately $440,000, we determined that a 20% subsidy would be about $88,000. So in 2017, we adopted this $88,000 fee as our calculation then. At that same time, the council also adopted an updated or a streamlined process for the short term, the 5 to 10 years. And it was based off of a staff-created, pretty much an inflationary adjustment process. We used the 2017 in lieu fee as the baseline, and then we determined changes in home values, median home sales prices for single-family homes using the Tahoe Sierra Board of Realtors information. And then we determined changes in construction costs based off of the engineering news record. And then we also adjusted that based on changes in Nevada County income limits. So there are 3 factors that were used to determine what the Truckee Affordable Housing in Lieu Fee Index would be moving forward for the short term. We used this number in, actually it was 2018, and then in 2019, there was a significant increase in the income limits. It was a 15.8% increase. We hadn't seen such an increase in a while, and that calculation actually weighted the in lieu fee calculation quite a bit, and actually led to a reduction in the in lieu fee. At that time in 2019, the council did not feel that this accurately reflected the housing market or the needs of our community, and the 2018 affordable housing in lieu fee was maintained. So at that time, the council adopted an updated resolution that maintained that fee, which was $93,490. This year, the same circumstances have happened. The income limits have gone up, not quite as much as before, but it has increased. The median income, I believe, is closer to $90,000 for a 4-person household. And the fee, it would decrease from $93,490, which is the 2018 fee, and the 2019 fee, to $89,653 if that short-term calculation process is used. So today, because of the same circumstances that we saw in 2019, staff is recommending maintaining the existing in lieu fee, so using the 2018 number, and staff does not believe the housing challenges have changed in the last year, and the COVID-19 health crisis has resulted in additional challenges, including increases in home prices that we don't quite know the impacts of, and then limited housing availability. If the council agrees tonight, no action needs to be taken as the 2019 resolution allows for the current fee to be maintained until a new one is adopted. If the council disagrees tonight, staff can return at a future council meeting with a new resolution based on your direction tonight. Just for clarification, the 2017 study that BAE conducted established that the true nexus between the gap of what the cost of construction is for a unit and then the return on an affordable housing unit was $265,281. So the council can adopt any amount up to that amount without doing a study. If you want to go beyond that amount, then we would have to do a nexus study, but justification is not necessary to adopt a lower amount. It's just something that was desired by the council back in 2017. Additionally, if staff moves forward, or if the council moves forward with staff's recommendation, the council can consider the affordable housing in lieu fee or other alternatives as part of the budget workshop this next year to see if the impact and the need for that in lieu fee is necessary or if there's some alternatives that we can consider. And at this moment, staff is not recommending a new study unless the council would like to go beyond the $250,000. And just for reference, this year, approximately $87,000 has been collected in lieu fees. And then to just go quickly through the workforce housing ordinance review, as you know, the workforce, this ordinance requires non-residential projects to provide a portion of the housing needed for the new employees the project generates. It's based off of the full-time employee equivalent and square footage of the use. And then small projects, as I said, are exempt or required to pay an in lieu fee. We updated this ordinance in 2018 to simplify, clarify, and add alternative equivalent proposals that are more clear for the development community to understand. The ordinance does require annual check-ins, so that's why we're here every year talking about this ordinance. And the council can choose to initiate amendments at any point. As we discussed in 7.1, if you may recall, we did discuss a minor development code amendment where we clarified that there are two components to the workforce housing deed restriction where you would have the employee preference first, and then if that doesn't pan out, then you can do a low income deed restriction. But both components are required to be applied to the deed restriction. And there, in commission's review, planning commission's review, they did recommend that the council consider reviewing the ordinance at a future date, seeing if it's been useful, if it has an impact on the community. Staff recommends at this time that we should review the ordinance next year or through the general plan process to see if there are alternatives or if there's more enhancements we can do to make it a more effective ordinance. As noted here, that in the past year, only one project, the industrial mixed-use project, which is a 28,000 square foot manufacturing building and 9 multifamily units, was approved with 2 workforce housing units. No other projects were required to provide workforce housing units under the revised ordinance. And as I noted, this is a recently updated ordinance. We haven't really had a chance to see if the updates have helped or clarify or have encouraged employees to create workforce housing units. So that's why we're recommending deferring the true review and opening up of the ordinance to the next year. But if council directs staff to initiate a review and explore potential changes to the ordinance, we can return with more information or amendments at a future meeting. That's all I have for that item.
Thank you, Yumi. Questions from council? Chairman? No? Tony? Anna?
As I'm trying to recall the 20%, what was utilized to determine that number back in 2017?
It was based off of a review of all the state funded projects, the tax credit allocation credit funding that was provided to all the state's projects and what the actual subsidy from local jurisdictions were. And at that time, it was a pretty small sample size. I think it was only 5 projects at the time. They found that the subsidy that local jurisdictions do provide was average around 16%. So as an aspirational goal, the council decided 20% is also a nice round number, and that hopefully we could subsidize future projects at a 20% rate based off affordable housing.
Thank you. And so, again, we can either just go with what was adopted last year. We can go up to that 200 and something number or anywhere in between.
That's correct. If you do choose to adopt a new number, we'll have to return with a new resolution, but yes, you can direct us.
Thank you.
That was my quick question, and I asked it in the question and answer before the meeting. So you do have to come back with a new resolution of some sort. We can't just adopt a new number tonight based on any number we choose to pick out of the air.
I believe so. I may defer to Andy, but we don't have a resolution in the staff report for review, so we can't just change a number.
Right. We need to have a resolution.
I see. Okay. That was my only question. Public comment? Yes.
Hello. This is in regard to agenda item 7.2, the public hearing on the affordable housing in lieu fee update. My name is John Falk, and I am the legislative advocate for the Tahoe Sierra Board of Realtors. I just wanted to speak in more general terms to the two issues in play, the workforce housing and the inclusionary housing requirements that the town has imposed for some time on new development. And our position has been, and always has been, that incentives rather than mandates are preferable. Indeed, it seems more in keeping with the concepts of allowing individuals to use private property in the highest and best way possible. It just doesn't seem reasonable to ask someone who's providing additional housing stock at any of the price points to be demanded to either pay monies into or build additional housing that is then deed restricted for a certain segment of the population needing to be housed. It seems that the housing stock should be market driven, and if the town wishes to shape it, it should be done with town resources and not private resources. And for the workforce portion, it seems that anyone who is proposing to add economic positives to the town of Truckee in terms of new development of a service, retail, industrial, or whatever other non-residential property is proposed to be developed, should also not be additionally burdened with a housing requirement. These things just make Truckee less attractive, less affordable, less competitive, and ultimately it's contrary to what we believe is the better way of approaching the needs that we all agree are paramount in importance, and that is to house the people that wish to live and work within this town. Thank you for your time.
Thanks, John. That's it? Great. Closing public comment and bringing it back to council for deliberation. Anybody? I'll give you my 2 cents. I give you guys the chance. If nobody's going to take it, then I'm going to go.
I'll take it. I mean, I'll start. I don't really know if I have. I mean, I think staff's recommendation is perfectly fine for me for the moment. I think there's a lot of unknowns. Actually, some of the things that John Falk just said are things I do believe that we keep adding additional costs and makes development more difficult. In general, so we, if you want something, I also don't believe in putting the burden always on businesses that they have to find workforce housing or develop workforce housing every time. But they're part of the solution as much as they might be part of the problem. But in this case, I'd say I'd go with I'm happy with the recommendation by staff.
Councilmember Tierman?
Yeah, I don't think I take John Falk's comments, to heart and agree with the concept of incentivizing. But tonight, I don't think we're going to be changing a workforce housing and inclusionary housing ordinance. And I think what his comments are really kind of getting at that whole notion of how we approach creating more affordable housing and workforce housing in our community. I think the question at hand here is are the established fees, and I too am comfortable with the staff recommendation before us.
So, pardon me, we have a slight time delay. I apologize, but public comment came in just after you closed it. So
yeah, that's fine. We'll get. Yep. Let's let Councilmember Tierman finish, and
I apologize for interrupting.
Yeah, and the other thing I was going to say, going back to 2017. and the study that was done. I was on council then. There was a considerable amount of thought and work and research that went into that effort to establish the baseline upon which these fees and this approach that we're talking about tonight stems from. And so again, we're going through a period of crisis now with the public health crisis, and a lot of things have changed, and it's hard to tell whether these are long-term, short-term changes. I don't feel that right now would be the time to make any sort of dramatic adjustments to how we're approaching this. So that's another reason why I'm comfortable with the status quo here for another year.
Let's go to that public comment.
Item 7.2, Susie Tarnay. I support either keeping the in-lieu fee the same or increasing it. Our families, teachers, and working class struggle to find affordable housing. This fee helps to find options.
Thank you, Susie. It's not your real voice. Vice Mayor Klofstad. Was there more? No. Okay. Sorry.
Yeah, I think, Councilmember Chairman, that's an excellent point. Now's not the time to be doing anything drastic. Although I do feel like we do need to dig deeper into this sometime in the near future, because I mean, that whole formula is based on some assumptions that are no longer valid. So we need to look at that. We need to figure out how we want to calculate this going forward, because the cost of housing is going up, and now we're not changing the cost of this in lieu fee again. So now's not the right time, but I would like to prioritize that as next year's task.
Yeah, I'll go along with the consensus here, but I was going to recommend the 98,065 change, primarily for two reasons. One, I disagree with John. I don't disagree with anybody's comments that incentives are better or not, but with 50 plus applications in our hopper, there's clearly no slowdown or disincentivization to be doing anything right now. If our planning department had 10 applications, I might go that route, but we're a desirable community. We're a high barrier to entry community, and we have a very interesting income issue that this very, very clearly points out, and it isn't in alignment with the cost of construction or with the cost of housing. And I just did some quick notes here. But so if you took these numbers and you took that $286,000 number that this study is based on, and you divide it by $350 per square foot, that's a $750 square foot apartment. I mean, that's barely a 2-bedroom apartment that we just approved in Frischman Hollow. So this is not in alignment at all, in my opinion. And I'm okay with going along with the consensus tonight, but the next time this comes before us, I think this income issue is, and we discussed this in 2019, it's disproportionately being weighted because of the high income and wage earners that are in our community, and it is not accounting for the missing middle or anybody below that who would qualify for anything. So, you know, to me, $89,000 as 20% of what it's going to cost to build a unit, you know, you're trying to build some units over here. It's not commensurate, and I know it's hard to develop here, and I'm okay with that. You know, not everything has to be a rubber stamp. So with that said, I think when this comes back to us, we do need to think much more delicately about how that income number is off. It's just not working anymore, in my opinion.
Yeah, how it's weighting.
Yeah, it's changing the weight in a way that I think is artificial at this point. But we'd be at 3-1 or 2-2. So with that said, do we have a motion?
I'll give a motion, but just one cautionary note for the future council to think about, because yes, you're right, this will be coming back. I guess the cautionary note is that we also have to think about adding more and more expense to development, to construction, because there is a threshold where things are no longer viable and things won't happen. They simply won't get built, whether it's housing or other kinds of things that could be of benefit to the community. So I think there'll definitely be a balancing act when the new council discusses this in the future. So with that, I'll move that, let's see, what is the motion here?
We don't really have it. At this
There is
point,
no
it's just
motion.
confirmation that you're okay with maintaining.
All right. So with that, I move that we confirm.
With caution.
Exactly.
No action. Great. Everybody okay? You want a quick break or keep going? Keep going. 7.3, fee schedule, short-term rentals. Nikki, where is she? Nikki, we're taking a break, apparently. Nikki, are you in your office? Can you hear us? Does anybody want to grab her from back there? Thanks, Becky. Should we? No, I hear her. Thank you, Yumi. Thanks, Becky. That's okay. We were ready for you. We move quickly sometimes. Not often, but sometimes.
All right, so we're presenting the short-term rental fee schedule. We are proposing to add 4 new fees to our fee schedule, and these would be for for us to operate the new short-term rental ordinance program. We're recommending a $300 per year per property annual registration fee, a $100 per year fire fee, which would be remit to the fire department for them to complete inspections on the properties. And we're recommending to put the administrative citation fines that are listed in the ordinance into our fee schedule at the rate that they were put into the ordinance. So $500 for a first violation and $1,000 for a subsequent violation. So while the ordinance does allow us to write a fine for up to $500 or up to $1,000, in practice, we would follow our current code compliance fine structure in that we would fine $100 for a first violation, $200 for a second violation, and up to $500 for subsequent violations. But we would keep those maximum, the $500 and $1,000 in our back pocket if we ran into somebody that just was, we couldn't educate, we couldn't bring into compliance. And if approved, this will go into effect on December 15th, which is our, we're hoping to go live with our new ordinance on that day, so it would be the same date. And with that, if you guys have any questions. And the recommendation.
You weren't supposed to end that quickly. Council questions? Public comment?
Reference to agenda item 7.3, the fee schedule update for short-term rentals. My name is John Falk, and I represent the Tahoe Sierra Board of Realtors as their legislative advocate. In regard to the short-term rental fees, we've already indicated in the past, but we wanted to flesh out in a little greater detail this evening the reasoning for our positioning that the fee structure is perhaps off off key a bit in terms of how it should be structured or constructed. We understand that you are trying to achieve actual total cost return for the provision of the services, but we have always maintained that for individuals, especially those people that are doing this just as many people, most people are, as an adjunct revenue stream, the cost to actually enter into the marketplace, if you will, of STRs should be kept as low as possible. And we were suggesting something in the order of a $50 or $100 fee per year to register your STR. And the proposed cost recovery is simply so high that it will price a number of people, actually the people that most need that additional revenue stream, potentially out of the market, because it's difficult enough to do the STRs, and now you're adding this additional cost, and substantial in nature. Second to that, so we're asking, keep the registration fees as low as possible. And in relation to that, the fire fee is a perfect example of why we urge you in the strongest terms possible to use personal attestation as the preferential way to go about ensuring that health and safety provisions were adhered to, and then only entering a premise upon cause, and then fining the individuals for being out of compliance, because you're looking at $300 per inspection, and that seems rather pricey. So it adds $100 per year, and it's done every 3 years. So again, we would urge you to reconsider the personal attestation and drop both the internal inspection and the $100 annual fire fee that's attached there too. And then again, redirecting the town fire department staff to do town-wide defensible space as proficiently and effectively as possible. That's what's key. That's what's core. That's what's going to keep us safe. And then as far as
his 3 minutes, Rob.
Thank you, John. Any more? Yeah? No more. Okay. And we'll give it a second to see if any others come in. Truckee-Town at Truckee.com. Phone number's on your screen. 321. If any do come in, we'll give you a 2-minute, maybe a 5-minute leeway there if we're not done. Any deliberation? Any changes? Any motions from council? Vice Mayor Klofstad is cautiously approaching the microphone.
I think this is kind of like an old friend at this point. We've seen it so many times. We've talked about it so much. I appreciate John's bringing the point of defensible space. I do feel like that is a critical component of what we're potentially going to accomplish with these units. And I did just do a quick calculation, and based on how many units we think we're going to have certified, and how many work days there are in the year, the fire department is going to need to roughly inspect a little over 2 units per day, and I think that's completely reasonable. I think this $100 fee is as low as we can get it, and still accomplish the task at hand. And I am very intent on making sure that this short-term rental permit structure and ordinance is not a burden on our taxpayers, that the cost of managing this for our community and its community benefit be borne by those who utilize this service. I also think that the $300 for that service is completely reasonable. It's a couple of nights of stay. So I'm in full agreement and support of these fees as they stand.
I was going to say, while I appreciate John's comments, Anna, you stole my thunder of, this is like $300. It's a couple nights stay. It's not that big of a deal. I know I want to keep it low. I think that is pretty low. And I think the $100 per year for a fire inspection fee, it's very reasonable. I mean, this is all pretty small dollars in the big picture. And if $300 is not going to allow someone to do a short-term rental, then they probably shouldn't be doing a short-term rental.
I agree as well. I think the fees are reasonable. I also think that the violation fees are the approach, giving warnings first. That's all reasonable. It costs me more to register my automobile each year than the fees here. So,
do I hear a motion?
I move that we adopt Resolution 2020-76.
Second from this end?
Second.
Thank you. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes. Let's take 5 minutes. Sorry, Jessica. Let's take 5 minutes, just quick bathroom break, and we'll bust out the rest of these two as we finish up. Thank you. All righty. Agenda, welcome back everybody. We are on agenda item 7.4, public hearing, Truckee River Legacy Trail Phase 4 with a whole bunch of other stuff. Jessica, take it away.
Good evening, Mayor and council members. I'm here today with the Truckee River Legacy Trail Phase 4. This is actually in addition to the Phase 4 CEQA document that you adopted last year. This talks about the Truckee Springs Riverfront Open Space and Trail System. It's a new addition to that area. An agreement with the Truckee-Donner Land Trust cost share agreement, and an authorization of the pedestrian bridge design contract. So there's 3 pieces to this agenda item tonight. So a little bit about the project. You can see on this map, the white line up here is the Legacy Trail that was previously adopted. And Truckee Springs was originally envisioned as a development. It is now in escrow with the Truckee-Donner Land Trust, and so it's provided some additional opportunities for things we can do on this site. The improvements include on this 26-acre parcel, an extension of South River Street to a parking lot, a small vehicle bridge, a paved Class 1 trail that would connect to the Legacy Trail right here, and a pedestrian bridge across the Truckee River and a short additional Class 1 trail to connect to that. This bridge would connect to the future West River Street Park on West River Street. The Truckee-Donner Land Trust would also propose to add some new dirt or soft surface trails that would also utilize some of the existing soft surface trails on site. So using as much disturbed area as there is out there as they can to make a connective circle trail. So that is the project. They also are some restored wetlands that would be done as it crosses the small creek that vehicle bridge goes over. So that is the project description, and you just saw the map. And the ISMND is required for CEQA. We do initial studies to conduct or determine the potential project impacts to the environment, and we did a mitigated negative declaration. We did have some impacts, but they are less than significant with incorporated mitigation measures. Those impacts are aesthetics, air quality, biological resources, cultural resources, geology and soils, hydrology and water quality, noise, and tribal cultural resources. We did receive some public comment on the ISMND. We received during the public comment period, so prior to the council meeting tonight, Allison and Klaus Schelling provided a letter of support, and the Washoe tribe had an additional request, and that is if artifacts are found that they are left on site, if possible. So we changed that mitigation measure to include that a construction monitor will be on site, and if anything is found, it will be logged and replaced in the approximate locations they were found at the completion of construction. And this is similar to what was already in the Legacy Trail Phase 4 other document that you adopted. We did receive some additional public comment today, and I included those here if they were basically before 4 o'clock today. We received quite a few letters and emails of support from the Truckee Trails Foundation, Aparna Reddy, Daniel Simmons, Jeff Brown, Jennifer and Jordan Purcell Cobert, Mike Sabaris, and Sydney Scott. And then Rolf Gordon had an additional comment that he wants to see bikes separated from the other trail users. That may be more of a policy issue that we address in the Trails and Bikeways Master Plan than maybe in this ISMND document. And on to the next item. This is a partnership, I guess, with the Truckee-Donner Land Trust. That they are in escrow for this parcel, and in doing that, the town is doing the design for this project, but the Truckee-Donner Land Trust is currently, or is almost, the owner of the property. The town has agreed to fund 25% of the bridge design and construction, with the land trust funding 75% of it. The land trust will fund 100% of the other elements of the project, so like the parking lot, the extension of South River Street, the short vehicle bridge, and the trail to the bridge. And they will provide funding for their share plus 15% prior to awarding the contract for construction. So we would have that money up front plus some contingency funding. The town will be providing the funding for the paved trail between the parking lot to the Legacy Trail, and we'll be providing $500,000 towards the easement and the land acquisition for the parcel. Which we will then own the improvements and maintain the improvements except for the soft surface trails. The town is also providing the project management staff time for the development of the design and going up to construction, but it will not include the construction management. This is a rendering of the proposed bridge. It is a modified stress ribbon bridge, kind of low profile, but due to some of the site constraints, we needed the arch under it. And we are looking for going through with a 100% design contract tonight, and authorization for that. The contract would be with Charles Redfield with NRV. He did the feasibility study for that type of bridge. The bridge design cost would be split 75-25 between the land trust and the town, and the contract is $204,000 and $204,202, and our share is $51,051. We are also requesting a 15% contingency with that authorization. So our recommendation tonight is to conduct a public hearing and accept public comment regarding the initial ISM&D, and then adopt the resolution. Authorize the town manager to execute a cost share agreement with the land trust for design and construction related to the Truckee Springs Riverfront Open Space and Trail System, and authorize staff to approve some non-substantive changes to that agreement if necessary. Authorize the town manager to enter into a contract for the 100% design for the pedestrian bridge in the amount of $204,202, and authorize a 15% contingency for that same contract. And do you have any questions?
Jessica, I just want to add one more thing, that we did get one late comment that you all probably saw, but it wasn't in Jessica's slide, and I just wanted to point it out. It was from Michael Kalan, and he's a resident on Foxmead Lane, which is directly across from the project, and he had concerns about impacts to wildlife along the corridor of the project, and so I just want to point that one out. I think that was something you should have received, so it didn't make it on Jessica's slide.
Thank you, Becky.
Thank you. Are you good?
I'm good.
You're good. Awesome.
I heard there was more public comment coming, but I think you guys
We
talk
will do
first.
that. Yes, no problem. Thank you. Any questions from council?
Well, I have a question. That design, that design of the bridge, is that the design versus something of that style, but maybe the kind of fits a little more Truckee, meaning kind of part of our tradition or old West town that was from, the railroad and whatever else, ice and beer and whatever else we did around here, logging probably as well, but to fit more of that character versus something that's, to me, that's a little more modern looking. And is that just, I'm just kind of curious. I know that may be a question later on down the road, I'm sure.
Yes, and we've heard that a couple times. We have talked to the design team. This is about a 15% design and is more a feasibility study to see if this style of bridge is going to function here. But they will have some design consultants on their team that will come up with maybe more metal elements, different colors, things that could be done to make this more Truckee style.
And my other question was, I'm not sure that last, Becky, was that the public comment that showed an alternative location in the public comment we got? Was that one of the ones that was listed?
Mr. Cleves.
Is that Mr. Cleves? That was the last one. I don't really know if I have a big opinion, but that location that was chosen is versus what that commenter suggested, moving it and also changing it was like a little down upstream and a little lower. Does that, any of those kind of concepts make sense, or I'm just asking for him?
We did look at other bridge crossing locations. This was the best location. One, it lands in a town right-of-way, basically. It's the end of that street. So the flow through there would be good. It fits with what the West River Street Park design is going to be. And as you go upstream, the river gets a little wider and there's a bend in it.
Yeah. Okay. Just curious.
Anna? Nope. David?
The mitigated negative deck and the biological assessment, very thorough documents, but they're completely separate from the ones, there was an MND for the Legacy Trail, if I recall. It resembled this document, same consultant, I believe?
Yes.
Yeah, okay. I suspect there's probably some overlap between those two.
The same consultant did both documents, but this was meant to be a standalone document.
Okay.
Because it's for new additional area, but they borrowed some of the same studies that were done because this property was already studied and in the Legacy Trail
Okay.
part. That property was already in it, just in a different location.
Got it. Okay. And yeah, I was curious too, on the bridge design. The span is what, about 180 feet or something like that?
It's 206 feet.
206 feet. Okay. Mm-hmm. And is this particular design, the arch being driven by that span? And I think I read something about wanting to minimize footprint where the I guess the piers come down supporting the bridge.
Yes, so a stressed ribbon bridge is actually without that arch and kind of sags in the middle.
Okay.
Because we have such a differential between the one bank and the other, they needed to fix that because it didn't meet ADA access, and it also went over the sewer line on the south side of the bridge.
Okay.
So the arch gives the bridge some support, so it gets the ADA accessible grades.
Right.
And it also can be built with the micro piles, which are pretty low impact. And this soil here is a lot of fill and unknown stuff, especially on the park site. Mm-hmm. And so it was a good solution for the foundations on that side without having to do a lot of excavation.
Okay. And can you describe a little bit, I think there was a committee that was involved in the design selection or design direction of this bridge?
The Land Trust formed a committee, members of the public, and I think people that are affiliated with the Land Trust, and chose a designer and a type of bridge, and the town contracted with the person that they chose.
Okay.
And I can augment that just a little bit because I am serving on the Truckee Springs committee. And we did have a very robust set of options that we looked at. And what I think everybody on the committee and the town zeroed in on is this was a very low profile bridge in terms of how much mass it was going to show crossing the river. And we felt that was going to complement the river more than distract from it. So that was the real focus, and then the minimal impact on either side of the banks because of the micropiles. So, yeah.
Okay. Thank you for that. And then with this design contract going forward, I think you just said there'd be exploration of color and those kinds of things that could make it feel like it fits better with the content. I mean, that's a subjective thing, but
yes,
kind of getting back to Tony's comment about something that feels like it fits in our community. Yeah.
Yes, that was a question I had for the designer, and he actually provided a letter to go along with that of what they would be doing. So
Okay, thank you.
I'm pretty confident that they would come up with something we can agree on.
Jessica, I would add too that we had internal discussions about the potential for a future art opportunity within the arches, that you could see something like a fish sculpture or something that could get added. So I think we were drawn to this design for its feasibility, cost, kind of low profile and all of that, but it also does have that future potential.
Mm-hmm.
Great, thank you. That's all I had.
No further questions from me. We'll go to public comment. Judy?
Tim Lombard, and I have a comment on item 7.4 regarding the Truckee Springs project. While I fully support the preservation of this area for major development, I nevertheless have some concerns about the project. First, there are lessons to be learned from the existing legacy trail. Degradation of the riverside has become more expensive. Every year downstream from the East River footbridge, and at this time has become a network of new paths that is increasingly obliterating the normal flora of the river corridor. This is now beginning to extend upstream from the bridge as well. Some may recall the effort several years ago to restore natural flora in the riverfront area near the confluence with Donner Creek. The signage and other measures that were employed were entirely, and within a short period of time, there was no evidence that the effort was ever made, and as we all observed, the area is completely overrun and trashed during several months. We need to look at what has happened in Reno to see what can occur here. Now, just a few months into public awareness of the Truckee Springs project, trampling has already occurred in the proposed area despite very limited use. The proposed Whitewater Park will bring many more people to the riverbank, as will the construction of the bridge, even if river access is designated for specific areas as has been proposed. There can be no doubt that people will be creating and trampling upstream trails to find alternate put-in points and seek quieter sections. Whitewater parks in other towns and cities have been situated in commercial areas that have the capability to accommodate such traffic, which is not the case here. Thank you for the opportunity to leave these comments.
Mayor Paul V., honorable council members, town manager Callaway, and your staff, it is with great pleasure that I get to comment this evening on a feel-good topic for once. Agenda item 7.4. This one checks all the boxes. It's environmentally responsible, socially responsible. Given the proposed cost split, it's financially responsible. Thank you all for participating in this huge win for Truckee. Respectfully submitted, Jim Winterberger, Truckee-Donner Land Trust Board Member. Thank you.
Thank you, Jim.
This is a comment regarding item 7.4, Truckee Springs Bridge Design Contract. I'm Monty Cleves. I own a long-term rental fourplex just down Riverside from the proposed side of the bridge. I'm also a small-time donor to the Truckee Springs project. The bridge as it's currently sketched would severely impact the enjoyment of the property for most of us living on Riverside. We would lose our view of the open space and the sunset. Some comments. Why should 40% of the funding for an open space be allocated to a centerpiece bridge? Who will actually use the bridge? It's easier for someone from downtown to use the South River Street access than it is to use the proposed bridge. A traffic light at West River and Bridge would do more to encourage folks from downtown to walk to the park than the bridge would. If the park's built on the north side actually gets put in, put the bridge in then. If there are users, what about alternatives that also meet the need? Most private bridges over the Truckee are just 5 or 6 feet above the river, not 20 plus. If a low bridge was put in at the west end of the north side annex, it would have a much less dominating position over the open space, and it would be just as useful with lower visual impact and likely much less expensive. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Good evening. This is a voicemail with my public comments regarding agenda item 7.4, specifically sub-items number 3 and 4, addressing the pedestrian bridge. My name is Lauren Cleves. I'm a resident of Riverside Drive. You'll also be hearing regarding comments from my father regarding this item. I'd like to start by saying that we're thrilled that the property will remain open space. However, we do just have concerns about the proposed bridge, given that it could significantly impact the views and yards of the nearby homes. Definitely do not want to fall into NIMBYism, but I do want to voice our concerns regarding the placement and design of the bridge. The current sketches make it appear to dominate our view upstream and out to the Pacific Crest. Residences there seem, of East River Street. The residences there do seem much further away. I guess I'd like to be assured that ideas like whether the bridge could be placed further west or whether it could be built in a style in better keeping with the historic neighborhood are being considered. I'll finish by saying that we do enjoy other cooperative projects around town and that the Truckee-Town Land Trust has been involved in, especially up in Johnson Canyon, and that we've emailed the town council with a PDF of photos and ideas to try to make the project work well for everyone. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
My name is Tony Lashbrook. I'm calling on behalf of myself and my wife Jan in regards to agenda item 7.4, Truckee Springs. Not only does the acquisition of this property by the Truckee-Town Land Trust and the construction of the Legacy Trail and the bridge across the Truckee River have no significant environmental effect, this acquisition will also foreclose what's likely to be a high-end residential or resort project targeted to second home buyers. The result of such project would likely barricade meaningful public access to this amazing portion of the Truckee River forever. So really avoiding environmental effects. The partnership agreement with the Land Trust will facilitate construction of phase 4 of the Legacy Trail, which is the missing link, and provide the long sought after connection between downtown Truckee and the Truckee River. The passive park and the river trail in this location has been a goal of the town since adoption of our first general plan in 1996 and the downtown specific plan in 1997. The partnership with the Land Trust will leverage the town's financial commitment many times over in the completion of these goals. Collaboration between the town and the nonprofit and other public agencies to meet community goals such as Truckee Springs is simply Truckee at its best. Our local trails and open space have been overrun due to the pandemic and our changing demographics. Truckee Springs is a keystone property that will provide convenient access to many of our existing and planned trails. This is critical to meet this expanding need. We urge a yes vote on item 7.4. Thank you for consideration. This is Tony and Jan Lashbrook. Bye.
Thanks, Tony.
This one is a text message. It's far briefer, and it'll take me longer to get it into the speaking mode than just to read it. So we live on Riverside Drive, directly across the river from where the parking lot is supposed to be located. We did not buy our house to see a parking lot in our direct view. Please move lots location next to the bridge, not across from homes. Please, thanks, Gerald Feldman. Or Gary Feldman.
Thank you, Gary. Is that it? We're good? Okay. Closing public comment on 7.4 and bringing it back for any council deliberation and or action. Councilmember Chairman, go for it.
Yeah, absolutely. Jessica, was there a slide that just kind of delineated what the resolution or what we're looking at here? Just wanted to remind myself. Yeah, the recommendation. Okay. Yeah. So from my perspective, this whole open space land acquisition by the Land Trust the notion of the bridge, the trails. This will be a real plus, a real positive for Truckee, for our community overall. An amazing parcel of land on the river, providing public access to that river in a very defined way, much more defined way and controlled way, and I think a way that ultimately could be beneficial to the environment than what has been happening out there in years past. So I am in favor of moving forward with the, let's see, we're adopting a resolution, right, on the mitigated negative deck, so we're going to be certifying this CEQA document, so I'm certainly in favor of that. That was an incredibly thorough look at the environmental impacts of the project. In favor of the cost-sharing agreement and moving forward with the pedestrian bridge design. Bridges are such important sort of structural elements. Symbolically, they bring things together, and I think it's going to be critically important that we sort of collectively get this right. And so I'm happy to see that this, even though that was a conceptual design, we're embarking on 100% design process. So I'm, hopefully with the staff guidance and participation, this is going to result in a bridge that we're all going to be very, very proud of. It's going to be beautiful. I agree, that there could be an opportunity here to bring in components of the bridge that are going to make it feel more like a part of our community, more quote Truckee-like, if you will. Same token, I'm okay, I think, with a bridge that reflects the time we're living in. All throughout history, when you see buildings in our downtown or bridges built, they're built at a certain point of time, and they're oftentimes reflective of that point in time. So I think it's okay if we have something that's a little more modern or contemporary, reflecting 2020, but I think there's a way to do that as well, and still give it sort of a Truckee contextual feel, if you will. So those are my thoughts on the bridge, and otherwise completely in favor of this recommendation here, and do also want to acknowledge the public comments that we received and appreciate the thoughts that were shared with us.
Thank you.
I think more or less, I'm agree with everything that David just said. Thanks, David, for speaking for me. I would say that I wish there was a way to address some of the neighbors' concerns. I don't, I hear what you're saying. I just don't see how it can work in the layout. But if there is, I'd always hope that you guys would pay attention to that. But as it is, I'm good with it the way it is.
I am particularly thrilled with this recommendation and getting to this point. The nature and tone of the public comments really resonated with me in terms of the letters of support for this moving forward. I love you bringing in the connectedness of building a bridge, and we quite literally are connecting to a very special place in our town that we can retain in its natural state, and that is truly unique. So I'm thrilled to support this and move forward, and I very much so look forward to the Truckee-Town Land Trust successfully completing their fundraising efforts in order to support this.
Did I hear a motion after that? Vice Mayor Klofstad.
I move for all of this. Yeah. How's that?
I'll second.
And all in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? No.
Was that Councilmember Chairman that seconded that?
Yes, it was. And that was 4-0. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you, Jessica and Becky.
Yeah, go get them, Jessica.
Okay, and Mr. Mayor, I will be recusing myself on item 7.5, so I will take leave.
Okay, and you're going to come back.
Call me back when
session?
you're ready, yes.
I think we'll be pretty quick.
Okay.
Andy, are you doing this, or is Kim? Or is Jen? Sorry.
Kim's available on Zoom. She's going to lead that off.
I should have asked you first, Jen. I apologize.
That's okay.
I'm used to deferring.
No problem.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I believe Judy is bringing up the presentation, the very long presentation that I prepared for you.
Yeah, hold on.
Getting another one of my 2-pagers.
Yep. Wait, let's give Mr. Tierman just a quick moment. Okay, we're good. He can
Okay,
listen.
so
I don't know
we're on.
Oh, yeah.
Am I okay, Mr.
Yeah, you're
Mayor?
good. You're good.
You're on.
Okay, so item 7.5, this is in regards to the JMAR1 LLC infrastructure financing application. You all both originally saw this particular application in May of 2020 and approved it. And Judy, if you go to the second slide, that's my final slide. Yeah. And with the recommendation of an approval of a new resolution related to the JMAR 1 LLC application. And this is really just a cleanup that we needed to do. There was a little bit of discrepancy between the staff report and the application that was attached to the agenda item back in May. And town staff has been in conversation with the JMAR representative since then. We've come to a resolution on the intent of the transaction, and in especially in relation to the extraordinary public benefit that needs to be provided related to this. And so JMAR will be providing 20 acres of unencumbered property to the town as part of the extraordinary public benefit, as well as public art. And so this just clarifies that. And I am happy to answer questions, but I didn't want to rehash all of the issues with you all that I believe you're really quite familiar with.
Thank you, Kim. Any questions? No. Any public comment on this one? We do. Okay.
Yeah, and once again, the comment's pretty brief on these,
Yeah, you can
so I'm
read
just
it.
going to read it.
Yeah.
So what exactly is the location of the 20.84 acres you all are referring to? Does it include parcel 4 of the Jorga Ranch tentative map? And if so, what part? Matt Miller.
Danielle? I just don't know what parcel 4 is, but it's the 2 parcels on
in
either
parcel
side
4.
of Highway 267.
It is in parcel 4.
It is in
Parcel 4 is the one on the west side of 267.
Right, that's right.
Okay. And we don't have a map available to us right now, but it is the 2 adjacent parcels, one on the west side, one on the east side of 267.
Yeah, so one of the parcels is in parcel 4, and it's the strip that's closest to 267.
Yep. Great. Closing public comment and bringing it back for either any type of deliberation or a motion.
I'll make a motion that we approve resolution 2020-75. Do you mean to read the whole thing?
Nope.
Perfect.
I'll second.
And everybody in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? There we go. That carries. Somebody can go get Councilmember Tierman.
While Becky's doing that, before you get to council reports, I am hoping that you can add one item to closed session tonight. As you'll recall, we have been sued by a woman who ran into one of our snowplows, and there's been a settlement offer from her side in that case. And as always, I'm obligated to bring all settlement offers to the council. You can add something to the agenda if you find that there's both a need to take immediate action and that it came to our attention after the agenda was posted. In this case, our deadline to respond to their second amended complaint would be before the next council meeting, so there is a need to take immediate action. And we didn't find out about this until after the agenda was posted. So if the four of you unanimously find that there is a need to take action and that it came to our attention after the agenda was posted, we will add that for closed session.
And a no reply to that settlement is they get it, or is that?
No. I mean, if unless the council, well, we can't really talk about it right now. Okay. So I'd have to bring it back to you at a future meeting, I think, is how that would go.
It's like a special meeting or something like that. Okay. So, and it's going to be quick, we're thinking? Very quick. Okay. Is everybody okay with that? Do we need to vote?
No, that's fine.
Okay.
I think we have direction. We will add that to closed session.
Great. Thanks, Kim. Thanks, Andy. Where are we? I'm in charge. We're on council member reports. What are we doing? Council member Tierman, are you good on your report?
Yes.
Okay,
Yes.
Take it away.
Let's see. October 29th, our weekly public health update, participated in that. And then also on the 29th, participated in a programming meeting with the architects who were hired by Nevada County to come up with a conceptual design for a new Truckee regional library. And then on a week later, on November 5th, same thing, public health update with council and staff. And then the same day, there's a weekly library meeting now, and I'm on a committee with the county and Friends of the Library. And this was a design and general update meeting, working towards some new concepts for the new library, which will hopefully be coming to the public for view very soon. So that's my report.
Thank you. Council member Commendatore.
Yeah, I have a pretty simple report other than our COVID weekly meetings. I think I missed one this last week, but while I was moving, that's pretty much it.
Vice Mayor Closetown.
Light couple of weeks, which was nice. Wild and Scenic Film Festival benefiting MAP, of course, Mountain Area Preservation. Of course, it was all virtual, which I actually really enjoyed. We got a growler from Alibi and some food, and I loved it. Annual Chamber Awards, same thing, really fun. From my living room, glass of wine, liked it. Equity and inclusion discussion, a very informal discussion with a couple of the other electeds from Nevada County, and if it becomes anything, I will be bringing it back to council. That's it.
Great. That's okay.
Did we didn't have a Truckee Littlecore on Saturday, did we?
No.
It was like, I missed it. But I didn't, because there wasn't one.
It's kind of shut down for the winter.
Winter hiatus, winter hibernation.
No.
I did a T-Bid visit Truckee-Tahoe meeting. I met with, I'm not sure what their titles were, president, vice president, or just the leadership of the Martis Foundation. Who's got some interest in some Truckee investments. And so we talked a little bit about some of the upcoming projects and cool things they might look towards supporting, and then continued to participate in what's being called the Recreate Responsibly Coalition, which is actually both a national but also state coalition, particularly looking at some of our trailhead infrastructure and other outdoor recreation priorities as we head into another COVID season where we believe there will be increased use of everything that pertains to the outdoors. So trying to develop some messaging and other items around that. And that was what I did. So with that, we will adjourn our regular meeting and we will move into closed session. Thanks, everybody, and we'll see you at our next meeting on December 8th. We are canceling the November 22nd meeting officially and moving next meeting December 8th, where we will be certifying the election results and performing lots of ceremonial activities. So tune in and thanking our existing council members as well.
Yeah, if you can give about 3 to 5 minutes for the setup of the closed session, that would be wonderful.
3 to 5 minutes. Done. Ready, go.
Kimberly, I'll get off this and I'll get on the other Zoom.
No, don't.
Okay, I won't.
Thank you.
Don't do anything. What do you want?